Chapter 1641. If Fengzong's speed was really fast, then Yi Shiwen's fist was even faster. His fist was like lightning and instantly arrived in front of Fengzong's fist. Fengzong's expression changed. His sword was about to reach Yi Shiwen's neck, but at the same time, Yi Shiwen's fist was about to reach his head. He didn't know whether or not his sword could slice off Yi Shiwen's head. But if he took that punch, his head would be like a watermelon that would be smashed into smithereens. Damn, this was a lunatic that wanted to perish together with him. At that moment, he made his decision. Shwa! Yi Shiwen's fist pierced through Fengzong. It didn't hit anything and only hit a ball of flames. Fengzong's body was already 1,000 meters away. His face was filled with shock. At the last moment, Fengzong didn't have the courage to trade with Yi Shiwen. Or rather, he didn't feel like he needed to trade with Yi Shiwen. He was such a noble being, and who was Yi Shiwen? Why did he have to trade with him? That wasn't worth it at all. Anyway, his strength was firmly suppressing Yi Shiwen. So, it was more than enough to deal with Yi Shiwen. Naturally, his attack didn't hit Yi Shiwen in the end. Yi Shiwen didn't say anything and just calmly looked at Fengzong. He laughed coldly. At the last crucial moment, Fengzong was more afraid of death than Yi Shiwen. The others, especially those below Celestial Realm, didn't even see what had happened. They only felt that, in the blink of an eye, the two of them had clashed in terms of courage. Both sides were too quick, so quick that they didn't even have time to react before the battle ended. Only a few Celestial Realm experts were barely able to see the battle, and they couldn't help but feel like they were drenched in cold sweat. Just now, when the two of them clashed, they could have taken each other's life. When experts clashed, victory or defeat was decided in an instant. If Fengzong was willing to go all out, then the outcome would be that both sides would die. One move and he would die. However, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen still had a trump card. It was his tyrant body. Even if the Phoenix Sect's sword could severely injure him, it wouldn't be able to kill him. However, he could still kill the Phoenix Sect with one punch. 1 for 1? Even if the Phoenix Sect wanted to trade with him, Yi Shiwen wouldn't agree. Who did he think he was to trade with him? No one could see clearly what had happened, but it was clear that the Phoenix Sect had not gained any advantage over Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Aren't you very proud? I think it's just S.O. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "You have a sharp tongue. However, a sharp tongue is useless at this time." What kind of person was Phoenix Sect? So, she naturally wouldn't be swayed by Yi Shiwen. Almost as soon as it stabilized its body, it immediately stabbed towards Yi Shiwen again. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the entire sky seemed to have fallen into a sea of fire. It triggered a riot of the flame laws in the entire space. All of a sudden, it burned towards Yi Shiwen. The sword light contained terrifying lethality, and it covered the sky and the earth. The sword went straight towards Yi Shiwen's face. It didn't give him the slightest time to react at all. The speed was even faster. A cold light arrived first. It directly pierced through space. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. A powerful aura boiled out of his body, evolving into layers of flame laws that protected his surroundings. At this time, Yi Shiwen also directly punched out. He blasted towards the sword. Although the sword was fast and extremely fast, Yi Shiwen's speed wasn't slow at all. It just happened to meet the attack. Boom! Both sides collided again. Yi Shiwen broke through the sky full of flames, but the sword light of the sword completely affected his body. A violent wave of energy constantly surged on Yi Shiwen's body. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back, and only then did he barely manage to dispel the incomparably powerful force brought by the sky-covering sword light. Although his own strength was great, there was indeed a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. If he was just a regular level 7 Celestial Realm expert, he would probably have been ground to dust by the sword light. In the distance, many Celestial Realm and even Yi clan disciples below the Celestial Realm saw the scene, and their expressions all changed greatly. The aftermath of the battle between the two could suppress them to death. They didn't seem like mortals, but like gods. Yi Shiwen continuously retreated under his powerful strength. Although his strength had already surpassed Beishan Shui, there was still a huge gap between him and the Phoenix sect. Terrifying strength that could dominate the early Celestial Realm was where the Phoenix sect's true confidence lay. It was also the fundamental reason why the Phoenix sect dared to attack after seeing Beishan Shui easily defeated by Yi Shiwen. It was just Beishan Shui. If she lost, then so be it. Yi Shiwen wasn't worthy of such fear. Moreover, with his status, even in the Yi clan's old nest, he would still be unbridled. Humph, you dare to be arrogant in front of me. See if I don't cripple you. He snorted coldly. Before his voice faded away, his figure had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Then, he slashed his sword towards Yi Shiwen with a soaring sword light. He had fought hundreds of battles, and his battle experience could be said to be abnormally rich. With one glance, he could tell that Yi Shiwen was still at a stage where his footing was unstable. It could even be said that Yi Shiwen hadn't stabilized his footing yet, so he directly pounced at him at this moment. Taking advantage of the huge force that Yi Shiwen had just dispelled from the sword light, he swept forward once again. Yi Shiwen only had time to spread his hands, and a rainbow light burst out to protect him. Bang! Another extremely powerful force acted on him, and Yi Shiwen retreated again and again. In such a short period of time, the two of them exchanged blows again. Everyone in the Yi clan couldn't help but worry. Judging from the situation, it seemed that Yi Shiwen had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. In fact, the situation looked even worse than the previous battle with Beishan Shui. Although many people felt that Yi Shiwen wasn't simple, in this situation he was at an absolute disadvantage in all aspects. It seemed that it was impossible for him to turn the tables. At this time, even Yi Kuang couldn't see the outcome of the battle. In other words, his heart began to become pessimistic. However, although he also hated Yi Shiwen, he still hoped that Yi Shiwen could defeat the Phoenix clan. He had enough of Yi Shiwen's arrogance. Even a proud person like him could only be defeated in front of this arrogant Phoenix clan. The only person who was completely unaffected was probably this lawless and audacious Yi Shiwen. Even if Yi Shiwen knew something, he probably wouldn't be afraid. According to Yi Kuang's understanding, there was really nothing that Yi Shiwen couldn't do. He was simply a lawless person. As long as someone provoked him, even the Heavenly King would be beaten to the ground. Bang! 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 In an instant, the two sides had already exchanged thousands of blows. In the end, on the battlefield, Yi Shiwen kept retreating and retreating. Almost every time he was blasted far away. The entire battlefield was also constantly shifting. If Yi Shiwen hadn't consciously controlled the scope of the battlefield, the entire human secret territory would have been completely destroyed. Even the Earth's secret territory wouldn't have been able to survive. Although there were many Celestial Realm experts in the Earth's secret territory, when faced with a battle between Celestial Realm experts, they probably wouldn't be of much use. Even in the Heaven's secret territory, only some old antiques had the ability to stop them. What should we do? Yi Shiwen looks like he can't hold on any longer, a Yi clan disciple said worriedly. Looking at the whole situation, Yi Shiwen didn't seem to have an advantage at all. Yeah, if this goes on, I'm afraid he'll be beaten to death by the Phoenix clan. Damn, can we only watch like this? Compared to the Yi clan disciples' worries, the experts that Beishan Shui brought were all gloating. Just now, Beishan Shui was defeated by Yi Shiwen, which made them completely lose face. At this time, how could they not mock him to their heart's content? He's dead. This Yi Shiwen. Does he really think he's unparalleled in the world? Yeah, I think he's only so-so. He just used some evil method. This evil method must be burning his own life. Ignorant. In the face of these mockery, Yi Kuang just curled his lips in disdain. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He could see clearly whether it was an evil method or not. Although Yi Xuan's body was constantly bursting with power that shouldn't be possessed by a 7th celestial realm expert, he was relying on his own power. The most terrifying thing was that he found that Yi Xuan's foundation was simply terrifying. Generally speaking, the more shallow the foundation, the longer it would take to consolidate one's realm after a breakthrough. Moreover, it would be more difficult to master the power after a breakthrough, but Yi Xuan actually used such a short time to completely consolidate his realm and master the power after a breakthrough. That was the power of a celestial realm expert. Last time, he also encountered such a situation, but at that time he was in a state of anger and didn't see it as clearly as this time. The more he saw, the more he felt a chill run down his spine. At this time, he suddenly felt a little lucky facing such a powerful enemy. In these 10 years, he obeyed his master's orders and didn't find trouble with Yi Xuan, even when he had just entered the celestial realm. Ordinary people could only see that Yi Xuan was being beaten back step by step. The Phoenix clan's attacks were fierce, but he could see that even under such fierce attacks, Yi Xuan actually didn't move at all. Chapter 1642. In other words, although the Phoenix sect had always wanted to break through Yi Xuan's defense, no matter how fierce his attacks were, no matter how violent they were, there was no way to break through Yi Xuan's center circle defense. In other words, there was no way to seriously injure Yi Xuan. Although it seemed like he was constantly being sent flying, in fact, it only looked serious. In fact, it wasn't that serious. The Phoenix sect had also discovered this problem. Although he could defeat Yi Xuan, he couldn't kill Yi Xuan. There was a gap between the two of them. However, Yi Xuan's progress was extremely fast. Therefore, the gap between them was shrinking at an astonishing speed. In fact, it was slowly shrinking to the extent that even the Phoenix sect couldn't say with certainty that he could defeat Yi Xuan. This was simply unimaginable for the Phoenix sect. Bang! Yi Xuan was sent flying once, but a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Phoenix Grandmaster, what other tricks do you have? Use them. I want to see what you have. Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" The Phoenix Grandmaster said coldly, "Isn't that so?" Yi Xuan sneered and looked at the Phoenix Grandmaster. Although he couldn't hurt the Phoenix Grandmaster at the moment, it was also very difficult for the Phoenix Grandmaster to hurt him with the shocking power of the tyrant body. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago after being sent flying so many times. Even a Heaven Realm expert wouldn't be able to do that, let alone a level 7 Heaven Realm expert. The power of the tyrant body was displayed to the fullest. This time, the Phoenix Grandmaster did not say anything. Wave after wave of powerful flames burst forth from his body, and he spat them out. His entire being was like a volcano, constantly spitting out supreme flames. Those flames seemed to have turned into gods of fire, with fire spirits dancing within them. Voila! In an instant, the entire flame started burning. It instantly burned crazily, and everywhere it passed, the entire sky turned into ashes. This flame, we can't let it continue burning. Otherwise, the entire human secret realm will turn to ashes. At this moment, those Heaven Realm experts finally came to their senses and shouted. With everyone working together, they finally laid down a barrier to keep the flames within a certain range, not allowing them to burn out. Although he was still very far away, but he could already feel the amazing power of this flame. And this flame had a name. The Nanming Li fire was one of the most powerful and terrifying flames in the world. Crash! The flame turned into a tongue of flame and directly rushed towards Yi Xuan. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Yi Xuan in an instant. Whoosh! The devil wings behind Yi Xuan directly unfolded. Even he didn't dare to directly face it head-on. His figure turned into a golden light and disappeared on the spot. "Let's see where else you can hide." The Phoenix Grandmaster sneered. Under his command, these Nanming mythical fire burst forth with a powerful might and covered the entire sky, not allowing Yi Shiwen to escape. Like the waves of the sea, they swept out in circles. Even the stars in the sky would be burned to ashes in this sea of fire. This was the terrifying power of the Nanming Leaf Fire. There was less and less space for Yi Shiwen to move around. Slowly, the flames caught up to him. Since they couldn't break through Yi Shiwen's defense, the Phoenix sect didn't bother. They just wanted to burn Yi Shiwen to ashes. Finally, the Nanming Leaf Fire burned onto Yi Shiwen's body and caused a shocking explosion. Everyone only saw that Yi Shiwen had turned into a flaming person. They couldn't help but be shocked. Just as those Heaven Realm experts were prepared to attack, they saw that the sky full of Nanming Leaf Fire was gathering towards Yi Shiwen at a shocking speed. In just a short moment, it was all sucked clean. Very quickly, Yi Shiwen's face was revealed. There were no signs of him being burned at all. What? How is that possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, including the Phoenix sect. They were all dumbfounded. If Yi Shiwen had used some method to forcefully resist it, it would have been fine. Everyone had their own trump card. Even if they didn't understand it, it wouldn't be surprising. However, Yi Shiwen had absorbed all the Nanming Leaf Fire. Impossible! My Nanming Leaf Fire has been refined to the extreme. How can he absorb it? Even if he is a lava creature, he will be burned to ashes. The Phoenix sect said in disbelief. He didn't hesitate and shot out with his sword again. It turned into a sky full of flames and burned everything. But just like before, Yi Shiwen quickly absorbed all the flames. It was as if the Nanming Leaf Fire was just an ordinary flame that couldn't cause him any problems. The Phoenix sect didn't believe it. He kept blasting out Nanming Leaf Fire, but each time it was easily absorbed by Yi Shiwen. Finally, he stopped this useless effort because the Nanming Leaf Fire in his body was refined by him. It wasn't endless, so he couldn't waste it like this. He held his sword and said coldly to Yi Shiwen, "You are using my Nanming Leaf Fire to break through?" Yi Shiwen said coldly, "You actually saw through me. What a pity, I was so close." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, countless flames suddenly burst out of his body. They burned fiercely on his body, making him look like a flame monarch. Moreover, all of them were Nanming Leaf Fire. You can actually use Nanming Leaf Fire. This is impossible. This is my clan's magical power. It's impossible for outsiders to learn it. Do you also have my clan's bloodline? The Phoenix sect looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. This was even more shocking than Yi Shiwen forcibly absorbing his Nanming Leaf Fire. "Don't be arrogant," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. In his body, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was rapidly refining the fire element. After the earth and water elements, the fire element was about to be completed. This 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram couldn't be refined with the ordinary 5 elements. But obviously, Nanming Leaf Fire definitely met this condition. Among the mystical fires in the world, Nanming Leaf Fire was definitely ranked in the top. Most importantly, he found that the mystical fire in his body was actually Nanming Leaf Fire. He was able to smoothly absorb the Phoenix sect's Nanming Leaf Fire, and this bit of Nanming Leaf Fire had an inseparable relationship. This Nanming Leaf Fire was rumored to be the magical power of the Phoenix clan. It was a natural magical power. It was impossible for outsiders to use and control it. But Yi Shiwen had already subdued a little Nanming Leaf Fire a long time ago. The most important thing was that it could be constantly nourished and bred in his body. He didn't feel that there was any problem before, because almost all fire tribute techniques nurtured the flame in this way. Although each technique had its own profundities, in essence, they were basically the same. But now that he thought about it, it wasn't right if it was the Nanming mythical fire. This was the magical power of the Phoenix race. Even in the Phoenix race, only pure-blooded phoenixes could use it. However, Yi Shiwen could use it without any hindrance. So, there was only one possibility: Phoenix regeneration technique. This was the only explanation that could explain why Yi Shiwen was able to use the Nanming Li fire even though he wasn't a member of the Phoenix race. He had practiced Phoenix regeneration technique for hundreds of years. His physique, to a certain extent, had begun to be transformed to be similar to the Phoenix clan. Yi Shiwen didn't notice anything at first, because this made his physical body more powerful, and his recovery ability was higher. Now that he thought about it, it must be because of Phoenix regeneration technique that he could control Nanming Li fire. He just constantly used Nanming Li fire to sacrificial refine the fire part of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. If he could continue, the fire element part would be quickly refined. At that time, the power of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram would surpass the shackles of a heaven-grade magic tool, and his strength would be greatly improved. But it was a pity that he was discovered by the Phoenix sect at the last moment. The remaining bit did not seem to be much, but if he wanted to complete it by himself, it would take a lot of time. It's a pity that I was so close. Otherwise, when I finished, suppressing you would be a piece of cake. Yi Shiwen sighed and said, "What a joke. Do you think you are my opponent? You are just a 7th level of Celestial Realm. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant?" The Phoenix sect looked at him coldly. "I will let you know my true strength today." Boom! In an instant, countless tyrannical chi flew out of his body, and the laws completely appeared around him. Then these chi began to burning in his Nanming Li fire, making his entire person feel like he was in a sea of fire. He was the god of fire. Yi Shiwen felt that the strength of the Phoenix sect had improved a lot. Because of the Nanming Li fire, the potential in his body was stimulated to erupt. Although his current strength was still enough to suppress Yi Shiwen. But he didn't want to delay any longer. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in one go, so as to avoid any unexpected events. From the beginning, when he saw Yi Shiwen, he found that there were too many things that were beyond his expectations. No matter what means you have in front of me who is really serious, you are simply vulnerable. The Phoenix sect was really serious, and the aura of his body spread out in circles. Behind him, there was a faint cry of a phoenix. Chapter 1643. Countless flames started to burn around him. However, Yi Shiwen sensed a completely different aura of flame from it. It was definitely not just the Nanming Li fire. There were many other kinds of unusual flames that Yi Shiwen had never seen before. Moreover, they weren't ordinary varieties. This is so many types of flames. How did the Phoenix sect get them? Nanming mythical fire, glazed golden fire, netherworld ghost fire. Oh my god! Some knowledgeable celestial realm experts from the Yi family could not help but shout out in surprise when they saw so many flames. They could feel that any one of these flames possessed great power. Normally, it would be very good for a person who cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method to be able to collect any one of them and refine it, let alone so many strange flames. At a glance, they could distinguish more than 20 types of flames. Many people were instantly in disbelief. Just looking at so many flames was abnormally frightening. Compared to just one type of Nanming mythical fire, their power had increased by who knew how many times. For a moment, the sky was dark and the sun and moon lost their light. All the laws in the world were completely submerged by the laws of fire. Flames became the only ruler in the sky. This is really terrifying. So many flames. Just being able to collect them is already terrifying enough. Many old experts could not help but change their expressions when they saw these flames. The Phoenix sect looked at Yi Shiwen with a cold smile and said, "Let's see how you resist." Whoosh! In an instant, the entire sky seemed like it was going to be the end of the world. Countless flames descended from the sky as if they were going to destroy the world. These flames were all different, and every single one of them could burn through the entire sky. Furthermore, they all had different powers. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flames covered the sky and swept over, leaving Yi Shiwen with no place to dodge. Then they landed on Yi Shiwen's body. Every flame that landed on Yi Shiwen's body would cause a huge explosion. The aftermath of the explosion swept out wildly, and it was a shock wave that could destroy everything. "This is too terrifying," someone exclaimed, and his face instantly turned pale. Look, Yi Shiwen is actually not dead yet." Suddenly, someone discovered that Yi Shiwen hadn't died, even though he had been indiscriminately bombarded by all kinds of strange flames. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. At this time, many people suddenly looked over. Sure enough, Yi Shiwen was in the midst of a cluster of strange flames. He was motionless like a mountain. In fact, he was even sitting cross-legged in meditation. Around him, bursts of golden light shone from all directions, helping him resist the attacks of these flames. These flames were actually unable to break through his golden light. Once a hole was blasted open, it would be filled by other golden lights. And at this time, above Yi Shiwen's head, a diagram was constantly hovering, floating up and down. Those flames were actually being absorbed into this diagram, one by one. Be it the glazed golden flame, the nether ghost flame, or the Nanmingli fire, all of them were absorbed by the map. None of them were lucky. What kind of diagram is that? What kind of instrument is that? It's actually so overbearing. Even these strange flames can't do anything to it. At this time, many people asked in amazement. They had never seen such a fierce instrument before. One must know that these strange flames were the flames that many people yearned to use to refine tools. Under these flames, any instrument would be like floating clouds. But this diagram could actually withstand the surprise attack of so many flames. Yi Kuang's eyesight was much more tyrannical than these people's. He could see that on Yi Shiwen's diagram, there was constantly some water light. No matter what kind of flames, in front of this water light, they would be completely suppressed, unable to exert their power at all. He was incomparably stunned. What kind of water could actually suppress these strange flames? There was no doubt that it should also be a kind of strange water. And at this time, he suddenly caught a glimpse of not far away. When the young Kuan Peng was fleeing in all directions, its body was flashing with water light, exactly the same as Yi Shiwen's. He immediately understood what that was. Northern dark, frigid water. At this time, only the northern dark frosty water could suppress all these strange flames. Imperceptibly, the water element itself restrained the fire element. Moreover, the northern dark frosty water was one of the most powerful types of water among the countless kinds of water. It was strong enough to compete with the Nanmingli fire. The 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram above Yi Shiwen's had constantly spewed out the northern dark frigid water, suppressing all these doubts. Yi Shiwen sneered. Although his physique was special and could completely absorb the Nanmingli fire, it did not mean that he had a way to deal with other strange flames. But it did not matter, he still had the northern dark frigid water, which was also one of the few tyrannical strange waters in the world. So he was not afraid of these strange flames. These strange flames were all absorbed into the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, all refined and absorbed again. Although the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was now very broken and had suffered heavy damage, it was after all a powerful existence that once surpassed a heaven-level instrument. Even these strange flames could be forcibly absorbed. You can actually resist my strange flames, Yi Shiwen. I have to admit that you really have some skills. Grandmaster Phoenix could not help but look at him in shock. What instrument is that? It can actually resist these strange flames. It's not simple either. Not simple. It's really not simple. It's far more than that. Yi Shiwen operated the qi in his body, and countless spirit crystals were violently burned, instilled into the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. Suddenly, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram grew bigger and bigger, and soon It had already soared to the size of half the sky. Then a strong suction force leaped out from the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, and the power of the fire element was madly exerted. These strange flames that fell from the sky were all absorbed into it. You want to use my strange flames to sacrifice to your instrument? In your dreams. At this time, the Phoenix sect finally discovered Yi Shiwen's purpose. He was actually using his mystical flame to refine these instruments. He could not help but be so angry that his face turned red. He did not expect that the big move that he had carefully prepared would be useless in Yi Shiwen's hands. It was absorbed by his strange instrument. You only realized now. It's too late. Yi Shiwen's solemn voice sounded. He grabbed with his big hand, and the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram that covered the sky was suddenly caught in his hand, and endless qi was instilled into it. Boom! On the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, a strong qi burst out from it, and the fire element of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram was finally completely sacrificed. As the earth, water, and fire elements were sacrificed one after another, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram suddenly changed by leaps and bounds, and compared to before, it was simply an earth-shaking change. When only the earth and water elements were sacrificed, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram could only be regarded as a top-level heaven-level instrument. But once the fire element was sacrificed, its power instantly surpassed that of a top-level heaven-level instrument, and it was completing a complete transformation. This was like a person breaking through from the celestial realm to the celestial realm. And compared to before, it was simply like the difference between clouds and mud. Let's see what other tricks you have without the mystical flames, and now, all of your mystical flames are useless against me. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. In an instant, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram integrated into Yi Shiwen's body, and it turned into talismans that began to fuse with Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's aura also began to soar. Originally, it was a little worse than the Phoenix Grandmaster, but now it was much more tyrannical than before. Whoosh! His body instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the Phoenix Grandmaster. Just now, he was passively defending, but now Yi Shiwen took the initiative to attack, and compared to before, he was much more tyrannical. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch, and suddenly, countless earth element, water element, and fire element laws turned into talismans, condensed into a mighty torrent, and surged towards the Phoenix Grandmaster. After refining the 3 elements of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, Yi Shiwen's mastery and attainment of formlessness suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. Compared to the beginning, his willpower could not be compared at all. In order to thank you for letting me complete the sacrificial refining, you should obediently lose for me. Yi Shiwen shouted and blasted out. Suddenly, endless flames burst out of the Phoenix Grandmaster's body, and it turned into countless laws, directly blasting towards Yi Shiwen. The sword light was hidden within, and it was faintly discernible, cutting through the sky. The 5 elements Tao, any one of them is enough to cultivate for a lifetime. You are biting off more than you can chew. It seems like the 5 elements are fused, but in fact, you have already walked a fork in the road, and you have an inner demon. You want to defeat me like this? You are delusional. The Phoenix Grandmaster roared, and sword aura constantly spewed out of his body, like a giant dragon, soaring into the sky. I walked a fork in the road? Don't you know that solitary yin does not grow, and solitary yang does not grow? The 5 elements restrain each other and give birth to all things. This is the true mystery of the Supreme Great Tao. What do you know? Yi Shiwen also shouted. This was a confrontation between the great Tao of both sides, and neither side gave way. They had their own understanding of formlessness. Boom! Yi Shiwen's talisman torrent and the Phoenix Grandmaster's flaming sword light collided in the void. Yi Shiwen's talisman torrent smashed the flaming sword light in an instant. The Phoenix Grandmaster's flaming sword light was completely restrained by Yi Shiwen's northern underworld cold water, and it was completely suppressed. Impossible! My understanding of the flame law is far above yours. How can I lose to you? The Phoenix Grandmaster looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. His flame law was completely restrained. He thought that he could rely on his flame law to dominate the world. In fact, even the experts of the water element, Tao, could not block his sword, but he did not expect to meet a monster like Yi Shiwen. Chapter 1644. Yi Shiwen's attacks were like a tide, and he had no intention of stopping at all. He strode forward as if he had transformed into a god of the 5 elements, walking in the void. With every step he took, the void would transform into the flower of law of the earth, fire and water attributes. This was a magical scene that could only be produced when one had a clear understanding of the changes of the elemental laws. The Phoenix Grandmaster was even more unimaginable. He was extremely shocked. He had been cultivating the fire elemental laws all his life. His sword Tao laws were also dependent on the fire elemental laws. Even so, he had not condensed the flower of law. Yi Shiwen cultivated 3 elemental laws at the same time. How could he condense the flower of law? It was as if he had seen a ghost. He had only seen the condensation of the flower of law on some senior old monsters. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The Phoenix Grandmaster couldn't believe it. If Yi Shiwen could do this, wouldn't it be denying all his efforts? It was equivalent to slapping him in the face and telling him that he thought he was a genius. But in fact he was worse than sh*T, Yi Shiwen sneered. Although his understanding of the elemental laws had reached an extremely profound level, it was not enough to condense the flower of law to such an incredible degree. It was rumored that when the ancient masters preached, they would speak of lotus flowers and the earth would gush out golden lotuses. These lotuses were the flower of law. Their preaching would also directly penetrate into the most essential phenomenon of the laws. It was very magnificent. Although he could not do it, he had the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. This was the life weapon of the 5 elements supreme. Even if his understanding of the elemental laws was not that incredible, with the help of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, he could display the same effect. Of course, Yi Shiwen would never tell the Phoenix Grandmaster about this. However, the Phoenix Grandmaster was not a fool. He quickly realized that it should be related to the diagram that Yi Shiwen had previously refined. No, you can't do it yourself. Even some senior old monsters can't do it. Did you rely on that instrument? The Phoenix Grandmaster was much more at ease when he thought of this. Although the instrument was powerful, it was better than knowing that Yi Shiwen was a monster. So what if I know? Yi Shiwen didn't care at all. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the Phoenix Grandmaster. He slapped down with his palm, and 3 talismans of the 5 elements appeared. The mighty power turned into a torrent of talismans and instantly blasted in front of the Phoenix Grandmaster. At this time, Yi Shiwen finally launched a counterattack. Originally, because he had not fully displayed the strength of the 7th level of the celestial realm, he could only be completely on the defensive in front of the Phoenix sect. Now that it had fused with the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, with the help of the powerful 5 elements power, it directly launched a counterattack. Moreover, his mastery of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram had become increasingly profound. His control over the power of the 5 elements had become more and more smooth, and the power of law had completely condensed. Phoenix sect, let me see how long you can be arrogant for. Yi Shiwen's voice was like a surging torrent, and his aura instantly rose to the peak. It was comparable to the power of the Phoenix sect. You're just relying on a celestial device to possess such strength. Borrowing the power of a celestial device is ultimately not the right path. Trash, in the end, is still trash. The Grandmaster Phoenix thought through everything and roared out. The fire domain on his body expanded out instantly, and countless flames flickered on his body, appearing and disappearing. He had completely condensed into one with the flames, and it was completely natural, as if he was a spirit born from the flames. Celestial realm experts of the same level were no match for him at all. Once he used his sword, he could heavily injure a celestial realm early-stage expert. He was only half a step away from truly entering the celestial realm middle stage, and he was incomparably terrifying. If Yi Shiwen did not have the help of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram and only relied on his own strength, he would be much weaker than the Phoenix sect. Phoenix dances under the heavens. He shouted loudly and used an earth-shattering move. He no longer used the law of fire as the main move, and his sword technique also coordinated with the attack of the strange fire. He directly used the secret technique of the Phoenix clan. Countless flames on his body were guided by his sword technique, and they condensed in the void, turning into a monstrous fire phoenix that directly pounced towards Yi Shiwen. The heavens and earth completely collapsed, as if it was a battle between 2 ancient gods. The Phoenix sect's mastery of the law of fire has really reached a shocking level. He's so close to condensing the flower of laws. When that time comes, among those of the same level, how many can be his match? So powerful. He didn't even use his true strength before, and did you guys notice? He can actually control so many strange fires at the same time, and he doesn't seem to be in a mess at all. He doesn't seem to be exhausted at all. This physical strength is shocking. This clan's natural advantage allows them to have shocking attainments in the fire attribute. Just based on their achievements in the fire attribute, it's enough for them to become the top experts in the world. This Yi Shiwen can't be underestimated either. I don't know what kind of magic tool that diagram is, but it's actually so powerful that it can actually fuse the law of 3 attributes. When condensed together, its power is boundless, and it can actually fight against the Phoenix sect without being at a disadvantage. What a waste! If Yi Shiwen was given more time, he could also grow into a shocking expert. Although he can condense the law of 3 attributes, he's relying on external strength, so he's at a disadvantage. In this way, it's hard to say who will win. These celestial realm experts couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. If it was them, under the same level, they might have been beaten up by these 2 people. One was more monstrous than the other, and one was more terrifying than the other. But what was worth rejoicing was that one of them was an expert of the Yi family. For the Yi family, in such troubled times, the more strong young experts they had, the better. The Phoenix sect's Phoenix dances under the heavens was no small matter. One sword shocked the world, and it was extremely sharp. At this time, the Phoenix sect truly displayed its terrifying cultivation in the way of the sword. If it was a normal fire attribute cultivator, under the situation where Yi Shiwen's 5-element Qian Yuan diagram completely countered him, he would have no choice but to surrender. However, his cultivation in the way of the sword was enough to be ranked at the top, and he still had the strength to fight against Yi Shiwen. This phoenix emerged between the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if it could destroy the entire world with a single breath. The fire attribute law itself was incomparably violent. Moreover, it was the law of destruction. The combination of these 2 forces created a dreadful and incomparably terrifying might. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a threatening evil energy rushing towards him. Although this move is not bad, suppress it. Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. It was as if an overlord had descended. Even in the face of the fire phoenix, he was not weak at all. A big hand suddenly shot out and directly turned into a huge Kuin Peng in the air. It was a Kuin Peng condensed from the Northern Dark Coldwater Law. In the Northern Dark, there was a fish named Kuin, and it transformed into a bird named Peng. In the face of the fire phoenix, the Kuin Peng didn't show any weakness at all. It had a proud and aloof look in its eyes, which was a vivid copy of the Kuin Peng that Yi Shiwen had seen with his own eyes. In the distance, the young Kuin Peng also cried out excitedly when he saw this Kuin Peng. Boom! In the sky, 2 huge fierce beasts were strangling each other. The fire phoenix opened its mouth, and the sky was full of fire, which was mixed with endless sword aura. It could destroy the world, and the Kuan Peng's wind and water law was even more proficient, like a chain sealing the world. Both sides had directly begun the competition of the laws. These two giant beasts were the most direct embodiment of the laws of both sides. Beep! The fire phoenix let out a long cry, rushed into the sky, and turned into a huge flame. Then it fell in an instant, fast and urgent. Its beak turned into the tip of a sword, and with an unparalleled sword light, it directly slashed towards Yi Shiwen. At this time, the Kuan Peng was not slow at all, and turned into a monstrous wall of water, blocking in front of him. Boom! It was another shocking collision. Flames, sword light, water, wind, and countless laws collided in a frenzy, creating huge cracks. They crashed together with a loud bang, like two huge waves spreading in all directions. Even though the terrifying strength was far away, the clothes of the celestial realm warriors and warriors below the celestial realm still fluttered. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't believe that they could actually see such a terrifying collision. I respect fire and carry out the great principle of the destruction of the world. No one can stop me, and the same goes for you. Die! The Phoenix Grandmaster shouted. In this huge energy tide, when no one could see the situation clearly, a huge gap was torn open, and the sword light flashed with dazzling flames, going straight for Yi Shiwen's face. They wanted to kill Yi Shiwen completely in one battle. The murderous sound of the golden spears and armored horses was deafening. Yi Shiwen's reaction was also very fast. Just when the fire sword light was about to explode in front of his face, he blasted out a punch, and with a sky full of golden light, met it. Clang! There was a loud sound, and Yi Shiwen was blasted back again and again. On his fist, a huge crack was impressively visible, and blood splashed out. The Phoenix Grandmaster's sword light directly cut a stage wound on Yi Shiwen's skin. If it was Yi Shiwen's neck, it would probably be cut off on the spot. This was the first time since the start of the battle. You changed your sword, Yi Shiwen said calmly. The wound on his hand also quickly recovered at a shocking speed, and in a short while it was as good as before. The Phoenix Grandmaster on the other side was even faster. Almost without a breath, she brought with her a storm-like attack and attacked Yi Shiwen again. There's no harm in telling you. This is the Phoenix Feather Sword refined from the phoenix feathers of my clan's ancestor. Its power is unparalleled and it is indestructible. I originally didn't want to use the Phoenix Feather Sword, but I didn't expect to be forced to this extent by you. But that's it. You will still die by my sword. Chapter 1645. There is no harm in telling you. This is the Phoenix Feather Sword made from the phoenix feathers of my ancestor. Its strength is unparalleled and indestructible. I originally didn't want to use it, but I didn't expect to be forced to such an extent by you. However, that is all. You will still die under my sword. The Phoenix Ancestor said calmly, as if he had already seen Yi Shiwen's death. The Patriarch of the Phoenix Clan was able to see the terrifying strength of the Patriarch of the Phoenix Clan just by looking at the strength of the Phoenix Clan. The power of the Phoenix Feather Sword that was refined from the phoenix feathers on his body was naturally extraordinary. With the toughness of Yi Shiwen's tyrant body, he could actually break through the rainbow god robe and tyrant body's 2 layers of defense to injure Yi Shiwen. That was already shocking. One must know that in the battle between the Phoenix Ancestor and Yi Shiwen, although Yi Shiwen was sent flying, he wasn't injured at all. At most, he was slightly injured, and in the blink of an eye, the Phoenix regeneration technique healed him. It wasn't much at all. From this, one could see how strong the Phoenix Feather Sword was. It was definitely enough to threaten Yi Shiwen's life. The two of them fought until now. If it was a normal Celestial Realm initial stage expert, they wouldn't be able to hold on after such a crazy battle. However, one of them came from an extraordinary background and the other cultivated extraordinary martial arts. Both of them had a lot to do with the Phoenix race. The moment the Phoenix ancestors' words landed, the next wave of attacks arrived like a storm. The rumbling flame, sword light, pierced through the air and charged over. The rumbling flame, sword light exploded in the air, messing up one's vision and causing the sky to collapse. Layers of golden walls appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. The explosive power was blocked by the golden walls layer by layer. Kung! A burst of sharp sword light splashed, directly breaking the golden wall on the spot. It could not be blocked at all, as it was incomparably sharp. Dang! There was a loud and crisp sound, and a long black sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. It collided with the phoenix feather sword of the Phoenix sect. Sparks splashed everywhere, and dark demon energy and flames splashed out on the spot, forming a frenzy. That is a demonic artifact. The Phoenix ancestor immediately reacted. I didn't want to bully you, but it doesn't matter now. Yi Shiwen sneered. He had refined the phoenix feather of the Phoenix clan's ancestor, and the one in his hand was also refined by the Devil Monarch. So, it was hard to say which one of them was stronger than the other. Yi Shiwen held the angel's sword in his hand and instantly flew over. He even rushed forward to attack. Yi Shiwen's strength had doubled with the angel's sword in his hand. Moreover, he didn't need to restrain himself like a moment ago, for fear of being injured by the phoenix feather sword. In an instant, majestic sword aura spewed out from the sword of angels. Sword of judgment! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Suddenly, it seemed as if he had turned into an invincible expert. He could judge everything in the world. Everything must be judged by him. His sword aura shot out, shattering everything in its path. It condensed into a terrifying long river of swordsmanship, shattering into a torrent that headed straight for the Phoenix sect. Yi Shiwen's sword aura contained his own understanding of swordsmanship. It instantly suppressed the world. Although the Phoenix sect's understanding of swordsmanship was extremely powerful, Yi Shiwen wasn't any weaker. The Phoenix ancestor shouted loudly. The flames on his body condensed crazily, coordinating with his phoenix feather sword, and instantly slashed out. Boom! The attacks of both sides collided fiercely, and suddenly turned into a force that soared into the sky. It was extremely terrifying, and the scene was suddenly in a stalemate. Die! Yi Shiwen's second wave of attacks instantly arrived. It was extremely fast, and he absolutely didn't give the Phoenix sect any chance to breathe. The entire scene was suddenly reversed. Originally, the Phoenix sect was constantly attacking, and Yi Shiwen was constantly defending. But now, it was Yi Shiwen who was constantly attacking. Although the Phoenix sect hadn't fallen to the extent where they needed to constantly defend, the initiative fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. The offensive and defensive momentum of both sides has been reversed. Yi Kwang saw it very clearly from afar. Although the Phoenix sect still had strength to spare, the entire offensive and defensive momentum had been reversed. All of a sudden, the initiative fell into Yi Shiwen's hands. Swordsmanship was all about advancing forward and breaking through all illusions. But if they were reduced to only being able to defend, their momentum would quickly fall. At this time, the Phoenix sect was also abnormally depressed, but there was nothing he could do. In front of Yi Shiwen, he had no advantage at all. Originally, he thought that using the Phoenix feather sword would be enough for him to completely crush Yi Shiwen, who knew that Yi Shiwen also had an angel sword that was not weaker than his. In an instant, both sides' advantages were evened out. But there was something even more terrifying, and that was that Yi Shiwen's momentum was still rising. He hadn't reached the peak of the 7th level of Celestial Realm yet, and his strength was changing crazily at almost every moment. Perhaps it was not easy to detect a little bit, but with so much gathered together, it was enough to turn the entire situation around. Clang! Another fierce collision. The Phoenix sect only felt that his hands were completely numb. He looked at the crazed Yi Shiwen in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. Although the Phoenix race was not known for the strength of their bodies, as the descendants of sentient life forms, their bodies were tyrannical, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if they didn't cultivate, they were much more tyrannical than ordinary people. Moreover, he had tempered his body with the Nanmingli fire every day. Even the dragon race of the same level would not be able to gain any advantage in front of him. But Yi Shiwen was different. In a pure competition of strength, he could actually make the Phoenix sect numb. That's what you get for being arrogant. Now, can you tell me what relationship you have with the Phoenix feather? Yi Shiwen said coldly. His figure was like a golden lightning, instantly leaping out. The angel's sword in his hand grew against the wind, and like a mountain, he slashed horizontally. Boom! A terrifying collision sounded, and the Phoenix sect was finally blasted away, crashing directly into the planet under the first secret realm. The entire planet instantly cracked, and countless creatures died on the spot. Puff! The Phoenix sect spat out a mouthful of blood, and all the bones in his body seemed to have been broken. He hurriedly used the unique cultivation method of the Phoenix race, and the wounds on his body recovered at an astonishing speed. But how could Yi Shiwen just watch the Phoenix sect recover? He directly took a step forward and rushed straight over. The angel's sword in his hand slashed down again. Now, you can. Say it. Say it. Yi Shiwen's loud roar shook the entire first secret realm. Bang! The Phoenix sect was blasted thousands of miles away again. However, Yi Shiwen did not stop and rushed forward again. He was like a crazy demon, as if he was completely enraged by something. Does this Phoenix feather have some grudge with Yi Shiwen? This thought emerged in everyone's mind. At this time, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not have exploded so recklessly. It seemed that just these two words alone could completely ignite his anger. He did not even need to do anything else. In the distance, Bei Shan Shue's face was even paler. The current Yi Shiwen was much stronger than when he fought with him. He was like a fierce demon. This was also because the Phoenix sect's physique was special. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been killed by this time. If it was him, he might not even be able to resist a single sword. Yi Shiwen's many years of resentment erupted all at once. Back then he was like an ant, and he was almost killed. If it was not for Hua Menghan's persuasion, if it was not for Yi Mo's explosion, he might have died on the spot. That was Yi Mo's first deep sleep. For him, such a humiliation would always be remembered in his heart. It was just that he never had the chance to fight back. Now, all this anger poured out on the Phoenix sect. Bang! The Phoenix sect was blasted away again. The terrifying power vibrated in his body, and his internal organs were shattered. This time he was even more direct, and he directly fainted. Facing Yi Shiwen, whose aura was constantly skyrocketing, he was no longer a match. Before he fainted, he was thinking, how could a mere 7th level of Heaven Realm become so terrifying? Yi Shiwen, stop! At this time, seeing that the Phoenix sect was about to be killed by Yi Shiwen, Yi Kuang had no choice but to bite the bullet and step forward to shout. However, he didn't dare to get too close. If Yi Shiwen lost his rationality in his rage and killed him as well, then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Fortunately, although Yi Shiwen was furious, he did not lose his reason. When he heard Yi Kuang's words, he could not help but stop. He looked at Yi Kuang coldly and wanted a reasonable explanation. Yi Kuang also had no choice but to say, Yi Shiwen, this is a messenger of the ancient Phoenix, Realm's Phoenix clan. If you kill him, it will be a huge dispute for our human race. Now that we are at war with the demon race, we cannot offend the ancient Phoenix realm at the same time. Yi Shiwen was silent for a moment. Ancient Phoenix realm. Sure enough, as he had guessed, the Phoenix sect really came from the ancient Phoenix realm. It was the place that haunted him, the place that he wanted to go even in his dreams. It was just that it was too mysterious. Even if Yi Shiwen came to the ancient desolation, he still did not know much about the ancient Phoenix realm. In the distant past, even before the human race drove the demon race away and became independent, the Phoenix clan had already lived in seclusion in the ancient Phoenix realm. For countless years, there were not many people who knew about the ancient Phoenix realm. However, whenever something big happened in the ancient desolation, the ancient Phoenix realm could always be seen. They had always been silently paying attention to the situation in the ancient desolation. This time was no exception. The demon race suddenly invaded, and they did not retreat for several years. Even the ancient Phoenix realm was alarmed. Yi Shiwen looked at the Phoenix sect, who had already fainted and was continuously vomiting blood. Suddenly, he did not have the intention to continue killing him. On the contrary, he was somewhat excited in his heart. Ancient Phoenix realm, I finally got information about the ancient Phoenix realm. Chapter 1646. To him, this was more important than anything else. As for the Phoenix sect, he didn't care at all. He was just venting his anger earlier. He didn't have to kill the Phoenix sect. His true target was Feng Ling. He really wanted to know how Feng Ling, who treated him like an ant back then, would feel when he found out about Yi Shiwen's strength. Feng Ling's expression would definitely be very interesting when he saw him again. Yi Shiwen let the Phoenix sect go, but this matter caused a huge uproar in the Yi family. This battle shook the entire Secret Realm #1. Countless people in the city saw the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Phoenix sect. The heroic demeanor of both sides was deeply imprinted in their eyes, especially the younger generation. Some of them had already forgotten about Yi Shiwen's fame. Some of them didn't even know how terrifying the combat power of the Celestial Realm was. But when they saw the battle between Yi Shiwen and the Phoenix sect, they understood. A truly terrifying battle was a battle of such a level, like a god unparalleled. After this battle, Yi Shiwen's name instantly shook the entire Yi family. Countless people went crazy for Yi Shiwen again. Yi Shiwen's fame rose again and suddenly surpassed both Yi Kuang and Yi Qiong. He was now on par with Yi Sukong. It could be said that Yi Sukong was the strongest person in Yi family. When this news spread out to the Yi clan, the entire ancient desolate was shaken. The champion of the royal court contest 10 years ago, the youngest champion of the royal court contest. These matters didn't seem to have gone too far. It was just a mere 10 years. When everyone thought that Yi Shiwen had fallen and couldn't keep up with the speed of his peers, Yi Shiwen used his own achievements to slap the faces of those who looked down on Yi Shiwen. It was a ruthless slap, and their faces were covered in blood. Especially when they found out that his opponent was the Phoenix sect, countless people were even more shocked. The Phoenix sect had come to the ancient desolation on behalf of the ancient Phoenix world. And the Yi clan wasn't the only place that they had gone to. In fact, a marquee clan like the Yi clan couldn't even enter the eyes of the ancient Phoenix world. However, the Phoenix sect had changed their mind at the last minute because of Yi Shiwen. In the places that the Phoenix sect had been to in the past, they had found many experts to fight, and without exception, none of them lost. In front of his strength, those new generation Celestial Realm experts weren't his match at all. They were defeated by him and couldn't even regain their face. If it had been someone else, how could the various great forces have settled this matter so easily? However, he had the backing of the ancient Phoenix realm. It was a colossus that had deterred the desolate antiquity for countless years. Compared to the ancient Phoenix realm, no clan or force could be mentioned in the same breath as them. The strength of a colossus, like the ancient Phoenix realm, was faintly superior to that of the 4 great races. Although everyone hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the handwritten notes of their ancestors had been passed down. They believed in the authenticity of the handwritten notes of their ancestors. However, such an outstanding person had been defeated by Yi Shiwen. Many people refused to believe it. However, the people of Yi clan had vowed in all sincerity. They had even used the name of their ancestors to guarantee that what they had said was absolutely true. Only then did everyone believe Yi Shiwen's words. However, it was followed by a torrent of criticism. When this envoy from the ancient Phoenix realm arrived at the ancient Baron's continent, Yi Shiwen defeated him and even knocked him unconscious. Many of the older generation couldn't bear to watch this, especially when the devil race was about to invade. They should be uniting all the forces that could be united. Yi Shiwen's actions had undoubtedly destroyed the relationship between both parties. This argument wasn't only held by the other races. Even within the human race, there were many people who said the same thing. Even the Yi clan didn't lack such voices. Yi Shiwen had defeated the Phoenix sect, and he had made the Phoenix sect lose a lot of face. In fact, he had even fainted. No one would be able to endure such an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Moreover, both sides were about to discuss cooperation, and this was the first time that the ancient Phoenix world had dispatched an emissary in thousands of years. This had cast a shadow over the cooperation between the two clans. Some people even clamored to hand Yi Shiwen over to appease the anger of the ancient Phoenix realm. Such a storm even affected the Yi clan. It was as if Yi Shiwen had become the sinner of the human race and wanted to destroy the cooperation between the human race and the ancient Phoenix realm. Yi Shiwen didn't care about this at all. If you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext. However, this was the first time he knew the purpose of the Phoenix sect's visit. It turned out that even the ancient Phoenix realm had felt the approaching calamity. Hence, they sent an emissary to announce the existence of the ancient Phoenix realm. On one hand, they were the infernal demon race. On the other hand, they wanted to obtain some benefits. The Phoenix clan was the ancient ruler of the ancient Baron's continent. They had been ruling it for a longer time than the demon race's heavenly court. Later on, they were chased out by all the clans of the continent. Until now, all the clans were still very vigilant against the ancient Phoenix realm. They were afraid that the ancient Phoenix realm would extend its tentacles into the ancient Baron's continent again. If it weren't for the excuse of the demon race's invasion, all the clans wouldn't have easily allowed the ancient Phoenix realm to extend their hands into the ancient Baron's continent again. The other clans had a wait-and-see attitude towards the arrival of the ancient Phoenix realm. After all, the calamity hadn't affected them yet. They might be able to control it within the human race. They might even faintly reject the entry of the ancient Phoenix realm. After all, if the human race had the support of the ancient Phoenix realm, it was possible that the human race's power would suddenly grow and suppress the other clans. Although the possibility wasn't high, who knew if the human race would seek refuge with the ancient Phoenix realm after being cornered by the demon race? Only the human race welcomed the emissary from the ancient Phoenix realm. At this time, the human race was facing the pressure from the demon race. It could be said that the pressure was as great as a mountain. If there weren't any external help, the human race would still suffer heavy losses, even if they managed to resist the invasion. However, on the ancient Baron's continent, the other three clans were currently facing the invasion of the demon race. However, they were sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight while the tigers fought. They couldn't wait for both sides to suffer heavy losses so that they could reap the benefits. Moreover, even if they were willing to send people to help, the human race wouldn't be at ease with them. After all, they were also eyeing the human race covetously. Compared to the demon race, they weren't any better. They were just jackals of the same tribe. Therefore, the assistance from the ancient Phoenix realm was very important at this time. The ancient Phoenix realm was powerful and had a deep foundation. However, they were rejected by the various clans of the continent at the same time. Therefore, it was impossible for them to extend their influence into the human race. Therefore, they were the best helpers at this time, although there were the existence of the Dragon Island and several other mysterious forces. Only the ancient Phoenix realm was willing to lend a hand at this time. The Phoenix sect was sent to the human race under such circumstances. The current situation was that the human race needed the ancient Phoenix realm. Therefore, President Feng didn't care about Yi Kuang at all. Even if he was in the Yi clan, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He even threatened to kill Yi Shiwen. He didn't put the Yi clan in his eyes at all. He had already calculated that even if he killed Yi Shiwen, the Yi clan wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After all, it would definitely destroy the alliance between the human race and the ancient Phoenix realm. For the human race, it was undoubtedly a huge matter. Therefore, such a commotion appeared after the news of Yi Shiwen defeating the Phoenix sect and even knocking him out was spread. Of course, there were those who opposed it and those who supported it. There were also many who felt that Yi Shiwen was right. After all, the Phoenix sect was the one who came to bully them first. Didn't they have the qualifications to fight back? No matter how powerful the ancient Phoenix realm was, they couldn't bully others like this. These were the experts of the Hawk faction in the human race. They advocated being tough with other races, so as to preserve the dignity of the human race. In this commotion, Yi Shiwen didn't express his opinion. Instead, he moved to the Heaven's secret realm. With his strength and qualifications, he should have moved to the Heaven's secret realm long ago. It was just that he was too lazy to move. Therefore, he didn't move to another secret realm. However, now that the human secret realm number 1 was completely destroyed, he had to move even if he didn't want to. After entering the Heaven's secret realm, he just randomly chose a secret realm among the Heaven secret realms. He didn't insist on the top ranking. After all, he had several dragon veins in his hands. The blessed land that he had arranged was much better than the top few secret realms in the Heaven's secret realm. At this time, the influence of the blessed land was very limited. Yi Shiwen hurriedly checked in after he had made his choice and immediately entered into closed-door training. He had gained a lot from this battle. Many things that he couldn't understand had been solved during the battle. And most importantly, the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram in his hand had been refined. It had suddenly gathered 3 elements and had surpassed the power of a heavenly level celestial tool. It had become another trump card in his hand. Originally, he was still having a headache about how to refine the remaining 3 elements. However, he didn't expect that the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, which had absorbed countless mystical fires, would completely condense the fire element in one go. Apart from the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram, his own realm was also constantly improving. After a month of closed-door training, he finally completely stabilized his realm at the peak of the 7th heaven of the heaven realm. Now he didn't lack spirit crystals or spiritual energy. If he could even push to the peak in one go. After truly stepping into the peak of the 7th heaven of the heaven realm, Yi Shiwen's combat power rose to a whole new level. In fact, if he were to fight with the Phoenix sect now, it wouldn't be as troublesome as before. With just his tyrannical strength, he could beat the Phoenix sect to the ground. At the same time, his various martial arts were also practiced again in this month. They were even more powerful. He had originally planned to consolidate once more, but before he could do so, he was forced by the invasion of Beishan Shui and the Phoenix sect. He had no choice but to fight against 2 celestial realm experts who had just stepped into the 7th heaven of the celestial realm. When he came out of closed-door training, he immediately received a summons from the higher-ups. They asked him to go to the Yi clan's Elders Association for questioning. It was because of Yi Shiwen's defeat of the Phoenix sect. Chapter 1647. The Yi clan's Elder Council was the organization with the highest authority in the Yi clan. It included all the big shots of the Yi clan above the 7th heaven of the heaven realm. It could be said that even the patriarch couldn't easily veto the resolutions passed by the Yi clan's Elder Council. It was the only existence that could balance the authority of the clan lord. However, this Elders' Council wouldn't be convened under ordinary circumstances, because every time it was convened with great fanfare, many old antiques who had always been in closed-door training had to be called out. Unless they were in closed-door training, as long as it was the Yi clan's big shots above the 7th celestial realm, the overlords would have to come. Generally, when the elders' council convened, it was a matter that would decide the life and death of the Yi clan. Generally, the overlords could easily resolve the matter themselves. Even if it was a big matter, the clan lord could also resolve it. Even if it was a big matter, the clan lord could still resolve it by convening a high-level meeting of the major forces. For example, the matter of the major forces joining forces to pressure Yi Shiwen to hand over the yin-yang life and death diagram could be resolved by a high-level meeting. However, this time, it wasn't just related to the Yi clan. It could even be said that it was related to the cooperation between the human race and the ancient Phoenix realm. It wasn't just a matter of the Yi clan. That was why the Elders' Council was convened. Of course, even in the Elders' Council, the ones who had the right to speak were the Heaven Realm experts. They were the real decision-makers of the Yi clan. Although the 7th Celestial Realm experts were also known as big shots, they could only be regarded as the executors when faced with the decisions of the Heaven Realm experts. Yi Shiwen also didn't expect that, as soon as he came out of closed-door training, he would have to face the questioning of the Elders' Council. This matter was really getting bigger and bigger. However, he didn't care. He was very clear that he had shown enough value. Unless the higher-ups were all idiots, there was no reason not to protect him. Even so, he still made some preparations and brought Yu Lian along. There was no harm in being prepared. If it was really necessary, he could only rebel against the Yi clan. Soon, Yi Shiwen arrived at the Elders' Assembly. This was a small bit wall. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. Towering thrones were arranged in a row at the top of the clouds. These thrones were arranged according to different levels. The Yi family experts above the 7th firmament of Heaven-Human Realm took their seats, one after another. Yi Shiwen had just arrived when he immediately felt a sharp gaze sweeping over him. Hundreds of gazes were enough to force a Celestial Realm expert to collapse. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen's strength was extraordinary. At this time, he had even stepped into the 7th heavenly layer of Celestial Being Realm. 10 years of accumulation made him calm and collected in the face of this kind of gaze. After all, during these 10 years, his accumulation wasn't just in strength, but also in his mental state. If not, he wouldn't be able to control the strength of an End Realm expert. Yi Shiwen. At that moment, the head of the family, Yi Tianxiong, looked at him and asked, "You don't have to be nervous. I called you here today because I want to ask you about 2 things. One of them is that, as far as we know, the rock is in your hands, right?" "That's right." Yi Shiwen nodded. He originally didn't want to hide this matter. After all, so many people saw the rock at that time. No matter how he wanted to hide it, it was useless. Yi Tianxiong also nodded with satisfaction. He could roughly guess the origin of this rock. After all, Yi Jintian had reported this matter to him before. At that time, the Jiuying Demon King had fought with the rock. In the end, the young rock disappeared, and in the end it caused a strong conflict between the Beast King, led by the rock, and the Demon Clan. The people were plunged into misery and suffering. The Jiuying royal family was completely destroyed. Even many other large tribes of the Demon Clan were affected. Under the anger of the rock, they were completely turned into ashes. This matter was definitely a great thing for the human clan. At that time, he didn't think that it would actually be related to Yi Shiwen. However, this matter shouldn't be publicized. Otherwise, the relationship with the Demon Clan would worsen. Yi Shiwen only looked apologetically at his master, Yi Jintian, who was sitting on the throne. At that time, he chose to hide the matter of the rock. "Boy, you are really powerful. Even the rock has fallen into your hands. However, you don't have to feel guilty. I don't blame you. The less people who know about the rock, the better. You were right not to tell me. Otherwise, you would have probably handed it over by now. Ha ha ha." At this time, Yi Jintian's comforting voice came into Yi Shiwen's ears. He couldn't bear to blame this proud disciple of his. Yi Shiwen was relieved and nodded. In fact, he originally planned to hide this matter until the rock grew strong enough. At that time, he and the rock dual swords would work together, and no one would be able to do anything to the 2 of them. However, who knew that such an unforeseen event would happen? As a result, the matter of him having the rock in his hands became known to everyone. Things suddenly became complicated. Yi Shiwen, why did you have the rock egg in your hands? Why didn't you hand it over? At this time, a master shouted loudly. Yi Shiwen looked and saw that it was none other than Yi Qian. All these years, Yi Qian had been brooding over the death of his illegitimate son, Yi Xing, in the hands of Yi Shiwen. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Yi Shiwen's development in these years was too smooth and too fast. When they wanted to stop him, it was already too late. At this time, it was rare to catch a big handle on Yi Shiwen. How could he not make things difficult for him? This is really funny. Which family rule says that one must hand over their gains? Yi Shiwen sneered and said he had nothing to lose now. Anyway, he had already subdued the rock. Others could do whatever they wanted. Moreover, he had always been in the right. The family rules did not say that once a person had a fortuitous encounter, he must hand it over. If this was really the case, then the Yi clan would probably collapse overnight. The separation of people's hearts was more terrible than anything else. Yi Qian and many other people with ulterior motives were stumped by this question. Indeed, the Yi clan did not have such a rule. However, everyone also admitted that if this fortuitous encounter was related to the development of the Yi clan, then it must be handed over, and the Yi clan would also give compensation depending on the situation. However, this matter was only recognized by everyone. It was not written into the family rules. Why? It was because they were afraid that someone would abuse their power and deprive the younger generation of the fortuitous encounter. Now, Yi Shiwen had taken advantage of this loophole without any explicit rules. However, they had nothing to say and could not say anything. This made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Yi Shiwen, although the family rules did not stipulate this, the rock is naturally an exception. Once the rock grows up, it can become the guardian of the clan for the next tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Do you know how important this is? Moreover, with your financial resources, how can you compare with the family? Only with the strength of the entire clan can we possibly raise the rock. Handing it over to the family is better than having it in your hands. When the time comes, the family will not forget your contribution and will give you great benefits. At this moment, another elder spoke up. It was another celestial realm expert that Yi Shiwen had never seen before. At this moment, he was very aggressive, as if Yi Shiwen not handing over the Kuan was a serious crime. Yi Shiwen sneered. The value of the rock was simply incalculable. When the time comes, what would the family give him to make up for it? Did they really think that he was a fool? He just looked at this elder coldly and said, "Sorry, you guys are playing around. I have already subdued the rock and made it recognize me as its master, so there is no other way." This sentence suddenly made those elders who had ulterior motives feel like vomiting blood. They had already thought that this might be the case. After all, if Yi Shiwen didn't make full preparations, would he dare to let this young Kuan run around? The rock was born with intelligence and also had innate inheritance. If it was not subdued in advance and made it recognize him as its master, once the rock was born, it would be a disaster for them. At that time, it would be impossible to make the rock recognize him as its master. It was very difficult for a creature that already had intelligence to forcibly recognize a master, not to mention an ancient fierce beast like the rock. How could they not have any precautions at all? But although they had long been prepared, after hearing what Yi Shiwen said, they still felt depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. In particular, those conservative elders looked at Yi Shiwen with even more unkind eyes. This brat was simply an ungrateful wolf. How many benefits had the clan given him? Just a trifling kunpeng? Was there a need to be so guarded against him? However, if it was really just a trivial kunpeng, then there was no need for the elder assembly to deal with it. The importance of this matter was directly comparable to the matter of Yi Shiwen defeating the Phoenix sect. Yi Shiwen's words made many elders who had ulterior motives a little depressed. It will be even better if it recognizes you as its master. Just give it to our family to feed, so that it can grow even more, Yi Qian said. At this time, many people's eyes lit up. Indeed, the rock had indeed recognized him as its master. But as long as they could control Yi Shiwen, wouldn't that mean that they could also control the rock? Yes, I also think that Elder Yi Qian is right. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, there was a chorus of agreement. In the face of these people's agreement, Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer, and then said, I don't think it is so troublesome. Since the family values this rock so much, then just give the resources to me, and I will feed the rock. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Presumptuous. After being said by Yi Shiwen, suddenly an elder could not help but angrily rebuked. His plan had failed again. Can you take care of it better than our family? Chapter 1648. So what? Don't forget that before this, I hatched him alone. I didn't ask for a single cent from the family. Yi Shiwen glanced at the Heaven Realm elder and said slowly, what he meant was that when he worked hard, he didn't ask for a single cent from the family. Wasn't it a little too obvious for him to want to take the fruits of his labor now? The elder's face instantly flushed red. He was angered by Yi Shiwen. Normal people wouldn't dare to speak to him like that. It had been a long time since he was scolded by someone like that. But this person was Yi Shiwen. After such a long time, they knew that Yi Shiwen was different. Yi Shiwen, who had already defeated an initial celestial realm expert, had enough status to be on the same level as them. To look at him with the eyes of the younger generation was a little funny. There were many more disciples in the younger generation who could participate in the Elder Guild. It wasn't just the older generation anymore. There are even Heaven Realm experts like Yi Shugong, Yi Qiong, and Yi Kuang. These people were enough to be on the same level as them. Maybe if this continued, in just a short time, the younger generation would replace their positions. No one dared to shout at the younger generation anymore. That was because they had the right to be treated as equals. No matter what, it isn't as good as master feeding him personally, right? Yi Shiwen continued to ask, until the elders were all speechless. Indeed, this matter didn't make sense, no matter how they looked at it. However, they were just hoping that Yi Shiwen would let them go. Who knew that Yi Shiwen's temper was still the same as before? It was called smelly and tough. It was the same tough temper as his master. Many of these elders had seen Yi Shiwen's bad temper in high-level meetings. They didn't expect that after so many years, Yi Shiwen's temper hadn't changed at all. On the contrary, it had become even fiercer. Many people thought about how Yi Shiwen treated the Phoenix sect. Even someone as arrogant as Yi Kuang had to be careful and smile. Even if he was furious, he couldn't do anything. How did he dare to do that? *CK, he even knocked him out. How cruel was that? At that time, many people of the Elder Council were also in the secret territory, and they saw with their own eyes that the Phoenix sect was extraordinarily tyrannical. If they were in the same realm, even they could be defeated by the Phoenix sect. However, such a tyrannical Phoenix sect was beaten to a pulp by Yi Shiwen. This was simply a lawless person. Whoever dared to provoke him, he dared to beat them up. Not to mention the Phoenix sect, even many people in the Elder Council had suffered at Yi Shiwen's hands. Yi Kuang had once been captured alive by Yi Shiwen. Yi Qian's son had died in Yi Shiwen's hands, but there was no way for him to take revenge. Yi Zhanmo's soul incarnation had been blown up by Yi Shiwen in front of everyone. Later on, Yi Shiwen had forced him to retreat after he had personally descended. This was a bitter, bloody history. In the past, no matter how he looked at this troublemaker, he was always in a bad mood. If it wasn't for Yi Jintian's support and the patriarch's intentional or unintentional bias towards him, with his personality, could it be that he wanted to retreat unscathed? However, now that they saw that he had beaten the arrogant and despotic Phoenix sect half to death, they suddenly felt a little happy when they thought about it. They had personally witnessed the Phoenix sect's domineering nature, and they had beaten them until the end. However, after the beating, there was a problem. There was still a lot of aftermath to deal with. The entire Elder Council was dumbfounded by the questions. If they wanted to argue, they had to think about how Yi Shiwen had brutally blown up the Phoenix sect's ferocious might. Looking at his fierce eyes, many people couldn't help but swallow their sophistry. At this point, it was too late to say anything about restraining them. Then let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about the matter of you attacking the Phoenix sect. Don't you know that he is the special envoy of the ancient Phoenix realm? Yi Qian asked aggressively, who knew that Yi Shiwen's next sentence would directly make their momentum stagnate, and they were dumbfounded. I don't know, Yi Shiwen said as a matter of course. Suddenly, many people became speechless. Motherf asterisk Kerr. He really didn't know. Many people knew that he had been in closed-door training for 10 years, and he hadn't even stepped out of his house during these 10 years. So he didn't know. So it was really reasonable to say that he didn't know. Many people felt as if they were going to cry themselves blind. Did he really have to say such a thing? It doesn't matter whether you know or not. However, you have already created a fact. Don't you know that the ancient Phoenix Realm's ambassador is pressuring our Yi clan because of your impulsiveness? He wants us to hand you over. Otherwise, the cooperation between the human race and the ancient Phoenix Realm will come to an end. Do you know how big of an impact you have caused? Yi Qian shouted. Our human race is fighting against the devil race on our own now, and we need the cooperation of the ancient Phoenix Realm. What do you want? That's right. Can you bear the responsibility if the cooperation between the human race and the ancient Phoenix Realm is destroyed? You've committed a heinous crime. You've been arrogant and despotic in the past, but you've affected the cooperation between the two races now. You won't be able to atone for your sins even if you die 10,000 times. Suddenly, everyone's reprimanding voice resounded in an earth-shattering manner. They couldn't say anything about Kuan Peng's matter in a righteous and confident manner. However, it was different now. Things would be different if they were crowned with righteousness. Have you been in closed-door seclusion for a long time? Have you become stupid? Yi Shiwen looked at them and said, What did you say? Impudent. How dare you? The elders of the various clans shouted in succession. Do you think that an important matter like the cooperation between the two races will be decided by me or the Phoenix sect? Yi Shiwen tilted his head and asked, The thing that decides whether the ancient Phoenix realm will cooperate or not isn't whether I've attacked the Phoenix sect or not. Instead, it's whether there will be tangible benefits. Have you forgotten this? Could it be that you've been in closed-door seclusion for too long? And you haven't come in contact with the matters of your race for a long time. So you don't even have this little insight? These people's faces turned red as they heard Yi Shiwen's words. They were so angry that they almost died. They glared at Yi Shiwen one after another. They wanted to see what he would say. Can't you see it clearly? The ancient Phoenix realm has sent people to contact us. Is it because they sympathize with us? Are they pitying us? They're putting on such a high and mighty appearance. How come you've been deceived by them? Yi Shiwen said. He continued, The real reason that prompted them to send their emissaries is because of the real threat of the devil race. The devil race is currently attacking our human race. However, will the other clans sit back and watch? The entire ancient desolation won't be far from falling if our human race is breached. And the devil race will find the ancient Phoenix realm even if they hide in a different space once the ancient desolation is breached. They don't want the flames of war to affect the ancient Phoenix realm. So they've sent people here. They're afraid that the devil race will go crazy. Would they have been defeated and driven out if the devil race hadn't attacked the ancient Phoenix realm and the Dragon Island at the same time? Yi Shiwen looked around at everyone and said, How could the people of the ancient Phoenix world be so kind-hearted? They had come here because of the matter of the devil race. The ancient Phoenix world had also suffered heavy losses due to the madness of the Devil race. The Devil race had driven the ancient Phoenix world back to their hometown in the end. However, the people of the various races had been plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering at that time, and this was still vivid in everyone's minds. The Devil race hadn't erupted with their most formidable fighting strength yet. That was because they had been suppressed outside the Devil world. So they hadn't been able to display their superiority to the fullest. However, a large number of devils would descend upon the world if they were allowed to break through any one of them, and it would be a disaster for the entire ancient desolation. The human race wouldn't be able to stop them. So the ancient Phoenix realm wouldn't be far from falling into the enemy's hands. And the ancient Phoenix realm would also be affected once the ancient desolation fell into the enemy's hands. The ancient Phoenix realm must have understood this. Therefore, they had acted hastily before the human race had shown any obvious signs of decline. It would have been the best choice for all the clans if they could suppress the Devil race at the crack. After all, the main force would be the human race and not them. Don't mention that I had beaten up the Phoenix sect in such a situation. So what if I had killed him? Would the ancient Phoenix realm not have acted out of anger because of this? The reason they had acted wasn't because of sympathy. Instead, it was because of benefits. Would they sit idly by as long as there were enough benefits? Yi Shiwen glanced at everyone and asked. Everyone suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It was as if they were asking an idiot. On the other hand, if I had been beaten to death at that time, would any of you have stood up for me and said that you wouldn't cooperate with the ancient Phoenix realm? Yi Shiwen asked a straightforward question. If he had been the one who had been defeated at that time, would they have stood up for Yi Shiwen? It was obvious that they wouldn't have. The higher-ups of the human race would have thought of a way to suppress the impact of this matter. In the end, it was for the greater good. Whether it was him or the Phoenix sect, their weight wasn't light. However, it was still far from the so-called greater good. In the face of the greater good, everyone could be sacrificed. This included the Phoenix sect and Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had one now. Therefore, the person who needed to be sacrificed wasn't him. Everyone remained silent. They wanted to say that they would. However, it was obvious that no one would believe them even if they said it. If they were to say it forcefully, it would only be a ridiculous joke. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether I had beaten him or not. It has nothing to do with the greater good. They just want to use this opportunity to force the human race to bow their heads. When that time comes, they will occupy the dominant position in the cooperation between the two races. This is already very obvious. Did you see that their envoys had come to the human race? The Phoenix sect is so arrogant because they want to infuriate us. Sooner or later, someone will take care of them. At that time, the ancient Phoenix realm will have a reason to flip out. Just like now. Yi Shiwen said faintly. Chapter 1649. Everyone thought about it and realized that this might be the case. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's words seemed to be true. They couldn't give in to this matter no matter what. It didn't matter whether Yi Shiwen had said that the ancient Phoenix world wanted to take advantage of the situation to suppress the human race. But he was right. No matter if it was true or not, the human race could not be completely suppressed by the ancient Phoenix realm at this time. It was very important to who was the leader of the alliance. Once they let go, it would be troublesome. Those people who were hostile to Yi Shiwen realized that they couldn't hand him over in just 2 or 3 sentences. Moreover, they had to protect him. Didn't you say that you were righteous? I also said righteousness. Isn't it just slander? Who didn't know how to do that? At this time, many people discovered that Yi Shiwen was very powerful when he was being rude and unreasonable. At least, many people discovered that they couldn't beat him in a fight. They also couldn't beat him in an argument. Suddenly, many people were at a loss. They held their breaths, but there was nothing they could do. The clan master, Yi Tianxiong, who was sitting on the throne, said, "What you said makes sense. Then let's do it this way. Let's have a vote first. Let's see the opinions first." Those who agree with punishing Yi Shiwen giant hand. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, more than half of the people raised their hands. Yi Shiwen smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. It seemed that he was really unpopular. After all, half of the people still felt that he should be punished. Fortunately, the other half felt that he shouldn't be punished. It could be regarded as a consolation. At this time, everyone looked at Yi Tianqiong to see what he would decide. Because the support of both sides was basically equal, the only one who could really make the decision was the clan master. In that case, I will announce that although Yi Shiwen is also at fault this time, it is mainly because of the Phoenix sect. Moreover, at this crucial moment, we cannot show weakness to the Phoenix race. Therefore, I have decided not to pursue Yi Shiwen's responsibility, said Yi Tianqiong. But clan master, if this is the case, how will we explain to the imperial court? Yi Qian said quickly, I will personally explain to the imperial court. I think they should know the gravity of the situation. Yi Tianqiong glanced at Yi Qian. Since this matter is over, everyone should return to your posts. Yi Qian immediately shut his mouth and didn't continue to speak because the patriarch's meaning was very clear. Even those of you who are against it, it's best if you know the severity of the situation. You should know when and what to do. Facing Yi Tianqiong's vague warning, those people could not help but shut up. It was not a wise thing to go against the clan master at this time. Clan master is wise, Yi Shiwen said quickly. Yi Tianqiong glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, Come with me. After that, Yi Tianqiong said, Yi Tianqiong said. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly followed them out of the small plane used for the conference. Yi Shiwen, do you know why so many people support you this time? Yi Tianqiong said, Originally, many people wanted to kill you. That's naturally because what I said makes sense. Yi Shiwen said. Yi Tianqiong said disdainfully, Makes sense? What sense? In front of true strength, all sense is useless. The real reason why everyone supports you is because of your strength. Yi Tianqiong said. If you don't show enough value, the family won't mind handing you over. For the sake of the family's interests, even I can be sacrificed. No one can't be sacrificed. I understand. Yi Shiwen nodded. This wasn't surprising. In fact, he would have done the same thing if he were the patriarch of the Yi clan. Yi Tianqiong continued. 3 months later, our clans and the ancient Phoenix realm will hold a meeting to discuss how to eliminate the demon clan. When the time comes, it won't be easy for us, the older generation, to make a move. When the time comes, we'll need you guys to make a move and test the waters. You want me to go? Yi Shiwen asked with some doubts. Yes, you weren't on the list at first. Yi Tianqiong glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, In the past 10 years, there had been no movement at all. He had hidden his strength really well. Unlike Yi Shukong, who had entered the celestial realm early and became famous in the world, many people even thought that he had fallen and could no longer shine. Who would have thought that Yi Shiwen would completely change everyone's opinion of him in one battle? He suddenly told others not to underestimate him. Yi Shiwen nodded. He knew very well why. It wasn't strange at all. Yi Tianqiong continued. Originally, I wanted Yi Shukong the most. Now that Yi Shukong can't come back, I wanted Yi Kuang to go. But now I think you're more suitable. You represent the Yi clan and the human race. This meeting is a place for our clans to test each other. There hasn't been a real conflict between our clans for many years, so we're not very clear about each other's strength. So, in a situation where we can't directly start a war, we can roughly judge based on the situation of the younger generation. Is that right? Yi Shiwen continued. Yi Qiong nodded and said, Yes, that's right. In fact, why do we want to hold the imperial court competition and make it known to everyone? It's to show the strength of our younger generation and that we humans have an endless supply of talents. This is to deter the other 3 clans who are ready to make trouble. If it were any other time, it would be fine. But right now, the demon race is attacking from both inside and outside. For us humans, this is probably the most critical time in recent years. In this kind of situation, any act of weakness may cause the other three clans and even the ancient Phoenix realm to think that we humans are easy to bully. At that time, they may pounce on us like hungry wolves. So you understand the meaning of this meeting. It's not only to discuss countermeasures, it's also a place to show each other's strength. Yi Shiwen nodded. Only then did he understand. Originally, a meeting was nothing. But once it was linked to the survival of the race, then it became a very serious matter. With the current situation, we can't make the slightest mistake. Not even a single step can be taken. So, you are more suitable than Yi Kuang to represent our Yi clan at the meeting. Yi Tianqiong said, I understand. You want me to beat down all the guys who try to provoke and test us. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Yi Tianqiong smiled and said, It's not wrong for you to think that way. The premise is that you have to win. Well, since that's the case, you should also go and prepare. After saying goodbye to Yi Tianqiong, Yi Shiwen went to visit Yi Jintian and discussed about the meeting in 3 months. After that, Yi Shiwen returned to the Heaven's secret realm. 3 months later, he would participate in the meeting. Time was very tight for Yi Shiwen. He had to solve all the problems before that. After returning to the Heaven's secret realm, Yi Shiwen went into closed-door training for a full month. He completely consolidated his cultivation at the peak of the 7th sky of the Heaven realm. Compared to when he had just broken through to the 7th sky of the Heaven realm, it could be said that he was completely different. Now, even if he directly faced the Phoenix sect, he didn't need to use the Sword of Angels to defeat the Phoenix sect. This was the transformation of his strength. Although he came out of closed-door training, it was not because of the Yi clan. The matter of him beating up the Phoenix sect had already been settled. Under Yi Tianqiong's insistence, the human clan did not hand Yi Shiwen over. And as Yi Shiwen expected, even if the human clan was unwilling to hand Yi Shiwen over, the ancient Phoenix realm still reached an agreement with the human clan in the end. How could the big matter between the two clans end or start because of such a simple reason? There must be a huge factor of interest for it to be possible. The real reason that made him come out of closed-door training was that he was shocked to find that the successor of the demon lord had entered the range of the treasure house again. In the plain of the treasure house, Yi Shiwen, who had set up a formation, was shocked immediately. At this time, after the entrance was blocked, there were only 2 people who could enter. One was Yi Shiwen, and the other was the successor of the demon lord. Since it was not Yi Shiwen, then Qin must be him. There was no doubt about this at all. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen couldn't sit still. Fortunately, he had left the coordinates, and through the Sword of Angels and the 9 Netherworld's royal flag, he could smoothly enter the range of the demon lord's treasure house. Why did he choose to return to the treasure house at this time? Yi Shiwen was a little puzzled. During this period of time, it could be said that he had been on guard against the other party coming back again. Because if he was in Yi Shiwen's shoes, he wouldn't give up this treasure house so easily. It was just that in the past 10 years, there was no movement from the demon lord. Yi Shiwen thought that the demon lord would not have any ideas about this place in a short time, or wait until he could deal with the Spear of Thunder before considering coming back. This was also the safest way, and it was also the safest way that Yi Shiwen had considered at present. Unless he was willing to hand over the demon lord's treasure house to the family. Otherwise, this matter was destined to be known only by him. And within 10 years, he still did not have the ability to deal with the Spear of Thunder. Even if Yu Lian also entered the peak of the celestial realm, it would be difficult for her to be the opponent of the Spear of Thunder for a while. After all, the Spear of Thunder had entered the peak of the celestial realm for many years. So, what was the real purpose of his trip? Chapter 1650. Yi Shiwen didn't know what his real purpose was, but he didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly began to go to the Demon King's treasury. Even with the angel's sword and the 9 underworld royal flag, it still took Yi Shiwen a while to re-enter the Demon King's treasury. When he really entered the Demon King's treasury, Yi Shiwen found that the entire treasury was in chaos. Many masters, once again, stepped into the entire Demon King's treasury. Damn it! How many people did he lead? Yi Shiwen was extremely shocked because he found that a large number of masters appeared in the Demon King's treasury, and these people's goal was very clear, which was the violent thunder spear in the middle of the hall. They must have known something, but the violent thunder spear was the treasury. Besides Yi Shiwen, only the successor of the Demon King knew about it. But in the case that Yi Shiwen didn't say it, only the successor of the Demon King could have done it. What is he trying to do? Yi Shiwen had a headache. If it was just the successor of the Demon King, Yi Shiwen was still confident that he could deal with him. But if there were so many masters, the situation would be completely different. He is trying to lead these masters in and use them to destroy the violent thunder spear. Yu Lian's voice sounded, and she calmly analyzed. Hiss, if that's the case, then he might really succeed. Although the violent thunder spear is alone, and it's impossible for him to be the opponent of so many devil experts. But he still has many mechanical beasts around him. These are his biggest trump cards. Except for me and that guy, there won't be any problems coming in and out. But if other people want to get close to him, they will have to face the attacks of these mechanical beasts. So, in the end, he might be the fisherman who reaps the benefits. It's really a good plan. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and instantly saw through his plan. But it was useless to see it clearly because if he wanted to reap the benefits, he must have absolute strength to be able to deal with the people who would be injured in the end. Although Yi Shiwen himself had already stepped into the 7th level of the Celestial Realm, and his battle strength was enough to defeat a Celestial Realm initial stage expert. But there were still Celestial Realm intermediate stage, Celestial Realm late stage, Celestial Realm peak stage. He couldn't suppress everyone, and the final victor would most likely be a Celestial Realm late stage or even a Celestial Realm peak stage expert. At that time, how would that person deal with the situation? Could it be that he had a Celestial Realm peak stage expert by his side to clean up the mess? Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen suddenly had a headache. At this time, it was too late to look for the experts of the Yi clan. It was better to do it sooner rather than later. Moreover, in the devil world, only a freak like Yi Shiwen could display 100% of his fighting strength. The rest of the human race would more or less be affected. So, it might not be a good thing to look for them at this time. No matter what, let's follow them and take a look first. Yi Shiwen quickly followed them. At this time, he couldn't afford to delay even a moment. By the time he rushed to the central palace complex, there were fragments of mechanical beasts everywhere. These external devil experts were like locusts passing through, blowing up all these mechanical beasts. When these mechanical beasts faced the sneak attack of a bunch of Heaven Realm experts, they didn't last for too long. It was like a path had been chiseled out. All sorts of broken parts of the mechanical beasts could be seen on the ground. Moreover, they were all killed in one strike. There weren't too many unnecessary movements, each directly breaking through the core of the mechanical beasts. This was enough to show that the difference in strength between the two sides was just too huge. Even the Heaven Realm mechanical beasts were no exception. Unlike the last time when most of them were initial Celestial Realm experts who couldn't do anything to these mechanical beasts, this time there were probably late Celestial Realm experts or even peak Celestial Realm experts. When that time came, it would be a fatal threat to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen walked towards the palace. At this time, the battle seemed to have ended. The mechanical beasts had all been wiped out. There wasn't even a single demon corpse. Then there was only one possibility, which was that there wasn't a single demon expert. That meant that none of them died. In other words, the demons that entered this time were probably all experts. Compared to the last batch, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. As expected, when Yi Shiwen entered the deepest part of the main hall, the spear of lightning was no longer there. The most intense battle had occurred in the entire main hall. The entire main hall was already in ruins. One must know that this main hall was reinforced by the Demon King. Even a Heaven Realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy this main hall. Who knew that it would be completely destroyed now? One could imagine how intense the battle was. The Spear of Lightning had been in the Heaven Realm for many years. His cultivation was so deep that it was terrifying. His resistance would definitely be especially intense. Looking at the top of the main hall, the sky was directly torn open and numerous chaotic patterns were torn out. And on the other side of the chaotic patterns, there was an incomparably huge palace. Yi Shiwen looked at this palace and couldn't help but be shocked. In the chaos, it was a forbidden area for creatures. Probably only gods could walk freely in it. It was impossible for ordinary creatures. But the Demon King actually placed the treasure house in the chaos. No wonder it couldn't be found. This is the treasure house left by the Demon King. Yu Lian said, "We must enter the depths of the treasure house as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire treasure house will be completely controlled. Then there will be nothing left for us." Yi Shiwen said. At this time, there was no room for them to relax. They were already too late. They directly jumped into the treasure house on the spot. Yi Shiwen had just entered the treasure house when he suddenly felt an incomparably formidable pressure crushing down on him in an instant. The one who has the Spear of Lightning now isn't us, so we may be obstructed by the treasure house itself. In this case, our speed will be even slower. Yu Lian said, "No matter how slow we are, we have to go in. There's no other way." Yi Shiwen gritted his teeth, and a terrible power erupted from his body, instantly breaking through this powerful pressure. After breaking through this terrible pressure, there were phantoms of swords and sabers all over the sky, and all kinds of demonic shadows formed by the spirit appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. "Break for me!" Yi Shiwen shouted, and the terrible power belonging to the 7th level of the celestial realm instantly boiled out. The big hand suddenly grabbed toward the void, and a big golden hand appeared. The phantoms and demonic shadows all over the sky were directly collected by Yi Shiwen's big hand and directly crushed on the spot. But the phantoms and demonic shadows all over the sky were simply endless. If an ordinary warrior of the 7th level of the celestial realm broke in, it would be equivalent to a dead end. In the depths of this treasure house, there was no telling how many dangerous places there were. After all, it was personally refined by the Demon King back then. Outsiders simply didn't know how magical it was, and at the same time it was even more dangerous. If Yi Shiwen had the thunderstorm spear in his hand, he naturally wouldn't have to encounter these dangers and could directly go in. But now he had to pass through the layers of outer treasury to be able to enter the interior. Yi Shiwen waved away these phantoms and demonic shadows all over the sky, while heading toward the interior of the hall. He couldn't help but be amazed. The material of this hall is the 5-element stone. Just this hall alone is a supersized heavenly treasure, and there are all kinds of prohibition spells. It has definitely been refined into a magic weapon, and only the Devil King can do such a thing. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sigh with incomparable emotion. If it was elsewhere, Yi Shiwen would definitely not let go of this 5-element stone. This 5-element stone was a very strange, heavenly treasure. Although it was said that the 5 elements in the world reinforce and restrain each other, in fact, most things could not be balanced among the 5 elements. Even one or a few of them were particularly outstanding, and some extremely special physiques were formed because of such situations. The 5-element stone was a special kind of spirit stone, in which the 5 elements were balanced. This situation was very rare, and even very rare. According to the records of 5 Elements Supreme, the 5 Elements Qian Yuan diagram was refined with the 5 Elements stone as the foundation. The 5 Element stone was used as the foundation, and at the same time it was refined with the power of various kinds of 5 elements. However, 5 Elements Supreme had only obtained a small part of the 5 Elements stone in the past. Now the entire treasure house was forged with the 5-element stone. One could imagine how shocking this was for Yi Shiwen. Now Yi Shiwen was only at the stage of repairing the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram. But if he wanted to improve the quality of the 5 elements Qian Yuan diagram to a higher level, the role of the 5-element stone was indispensable. Previously, Yi Shiwen hadn't thought so far ahead. It was already very difficult to collect the power of the 5 elements, not to mention the 5-element stone, which was even more difficult to find. 5-element Supreme had only found a small part of the 5-element stone in his lifetime. That's all. So what else could he think of? However, he didn't expect that there were so many 5-element stone, and it was even made into a palace. All of a sudden, Yi Shiwen saw hope. But no matter what, he must first seize control of this treasury. Otherwise, everything would be fake. In particular, he couldn't let the successor of the Demon King take it away. Otherwise, it would definitely be the biggest threat to Yi Shiwen, especially when he had already been exposed. Just the outside of the treasury was already so amazing, not to mention the depths. Yi Shiwen immediately began to rush into the depths of the treasury without any hesitation. Walla walla! Yi Shiwen hadn't even taken 2 steps when suddenly countless astral winds blew directly towards him. It seemed as if his entire body's bones and flesh would be blown away. This wasn't an ordinary astral wind, but a kind of strange wind power that came from an unknown place. The Demon King's treasury was really dangerous, and every step was difficult. Chapter 1651. Yi Shiwen's entry seemed to have alarmed the formation of the entire treasure house's main hall. Suddenly, the killing formations in this area of the main hall were activated one after another. They weren't driven by the spirit energy. Instead, they were driven by the primal chaos energy that filled the entire sky to attack. This chaotic chi was not comparable to spiritual energy. Even without any tempering, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to the lives of ordinary mortals. Crash! 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 These chaotic chi fell one by one. They were as heavy as Mount Tai and could crush a mountain range. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist blasted a cloud of primal chaos and dispersed it. However, more and more primal chaos fell down densely. It was very terrifying. It seemed as if there was no end to it. At this time, a flag appeared in Yi Shiwen's body and directly protected him. The chaotic chi outside fell on this flag. It looked like snowflakes falling, but it made a huge roar as if it wanted to cover all the sounds in the world. It was very terrifying. Young master, leave quickly. I can't keep blocking in this environment. Even my body, the 9 Netherworld's royal flag, may be completely destroyed if it lasts for too long. Yu Lian's voice appeared in Yi Shiwen's mind. The 9 Netherworld's royal flag itself was already extraordinary and very powerful. However, if it kept being attacked by the chaotic chi, it would also be completely destroyed. It would not be any better. Yi Shiwen did not dare to stay. He quickly took action. With the angel's sword in hand, he continuously slashed towards the void with sword lights, blasting the falling chaotic chi. Then he walked towards the depths of the hall. Along the way, Yi Shiwen suddenly saw a celestial realm expert from the original demon clan in the distance, being trapped in this chaotic chi. The surrounding chaotic chi was getting more and more. This original demon clan old ancestor level expert was completely trapped in it. He could not get out at all. The demonic weapon on him had been completely destroyed and could not protect him. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The chaotic chi that fell from the sky finally took advantage of the gap and landed on him. In one breath, it actually smashed him until he spat out blood. Yi Shiwen did not know how dense this chaotic chi was. Although the chaotic chi was not big, its mass was terrifying. It was enough to crush a mountain. Quick, fallen angel, save me. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen had the appearance of a fallen angel. In the devil world, moving in the appearance of a fallen angel was much better than moving in the appearance of a human. Although there were many demons who didn't like the fallen angels, there were too many races in the demon race. Let alone the fallen angels. The 8 great royal clans often fought each other. No, it was no less than the slaughter of the human race. Yi Shiwen sneered and stretched out his big hand to grab it. Bang! This initial celestial realm origin, demon race, old ancestor, was grabbed to death by Yi Shiwen. He wasn't Yi Shiwen's match at all, as he was heavily injured by the chaos. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's current strength was extraordinary. A celestial realm expert's flesh and blood was absorbed by the Tianyuan mirror. This was different from when it was constantly slaughtering 9th celestial realm experts. There was a huge difference in essence between a 9th celestial realm expert and a celestial realm expert. After killing this original demon clan's old ancestor, Yi Shiwen continued to go into the primal chaos. Along the way, he saw several corpses of early-stage devil clan's old ancestors. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The formation left by the Demon King was indeed powerful. It looked simple, but even a celestial realm expert couldn't withstand it. If Yi Shiwen had just advanced to the 7th celestial realm, it wouldn't have taken long for him to escape with heavy injuries. Even if he had the 9 underworlds' royal flag to protect him, it wouldn't be much better. The 9 underworlds' royal flag couldn't withstand the continuous attacks of the chaos. After a full 15 minutes, Yi Shiwen finally broke through the seal of the chaos formation. After exiting the chaos formation, it was a deeper place. Crack, crack! Sounds of metal clashing could be heard from afar. Then hundreds and thousands of mechanical puppets appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. These mechanical puppets all held various weapons, like a well-trained army. Compared to the mechanical beasts at the outermost area, they were much stronger. These mechanical puppets all had formations carved on their bodies. They had extraordinary power and could draw out the power of heaven and earth. Amidst the loud battle cries, these mechanical puppets all rushed towards him. These mechanical people instantly erupted with a terrifying, imposing aura. One of the mechanical people was the fastest among them. In an instant, he rushed over and slashed his sword towards Yi Shiwen. Dang! Yi Shiwen grabbed the long sword with one hand and felt the terrifying power coming from it. It was just a normal mechanical puppet, but it actually had the power close to the full power of a celestial realm expert. If it was a normal celestial realm expert, even if they made it this far, they probably wouldn't be able to continue. Countless sword lights exploded from his body, condensing into a long sword. In an instant, this mechanical puppet exploded. But not long after, the rest of the mechanical puppets pounced over and surrounded Yi Shiwen, not giving him a chance to escape. Pum! 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 Yi Shiwen punched one. These mechanical puppets had countless formations carved on them, causing each of their attacks to have the power of a celestial realm expert's full power. However, they definitely couldn't be compared to a true celestial realm expert. In addition, each of his punches was powerful enough to blow up a star. Each of his punches was enough to kill one. However, there were simply too many of these mechanical puppets. It was simply impossible to kill them all. It was as if he had entered a sea of mechanical puppets. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but smile bitterly. These mechanical puppets were terrifyingly strong. Although they couldn't compare to a celestial realm expert, two of them working together could definitely kill one celestial realm expert. If it was placed outside, it would definitely be worth a city, and it was hard to estimate its value. After all, an initial celestial realm expert was so hard to raise. Now it was like cabbages on the side of the road. They could be seen everywhere. Such a huge arm was something that only the Demon Lord could do. Break! Yi Shiwen shouted, and a fighting character flew out from his body. It expanded in the void, and a terrifying aura boiled above it. With a rumbling sound, it directly crushed down, and wherever it passed, these mechanical puppets were directly smashed on the spot. Although they were quickly surrounded and blocked by more mechanical puppets, they still managed to create a way out. "We absolutely can't be blocked here. We must rush over as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we wait until he controls this treasury, only death awaits us." At this time, Yi Shiwen gnashed his teeth and said. Beside him, a figure jumped out and slapped out with a big hand. The entire hall seemed to have encountered an earthquake. It shook with a bang, and a huge handprint appeared on the ground made of 5-element stone. Dozens of mechanical puppets were slapped to death on the spot. It was Yu Lian. With the help of Yu Lian, a peak celestial realm expert, Yi Shiwen's speed was undoubtedly much faster. He could start to quickly head deeper into the treasury. At the same time, in the depths of the treasure house, several figures were standing in front of a huge treasure house. If Yi Shiwen was here, he would be able to recognize them on the spot. It was none other than the Devil King's successor. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a calm aura. The Demon King's successor was sitting steadily on the ground. In front of him, a long spear flashing with lightning was constantly struggling. "Damn it! You actually dared to lead an outsider into the treasury of the Demon Monarch. You are truly sinful and unforgivable. Once the treasury falls into the hands of an outsider, do you know what kind of sin that will be?" The long spear continued to emit a loud roar. Is this something you can ask?" The Demon King's successor said disdainfully, "You think I don't know? You still dare to mention the Demon King in front of me. You have long since betrayed the Demon King. You actually wanted to lure me in and kill me to obtain the Demon King's imprint. Then, after you open the treasury door, you will obtain great benefits. Am I right?" The successor of the Demon Monarch was a cunning person. He saw through the quibbling of the violent thunder spear. At this time, the violent thunder spear couldn't help but become silent. Then he said, "Even so, it's better to fall into the hands of the Demon Monarch's people than to fall into the hands of outsiders. In order to eliminate me, you are really unscrupulous. But now they are looking for you everywhere. After you used them to defeat me, you launched a sneak attack. When they find you, it will be your death." The thunder spear continued to roar as if he was extremely angry. "You don't have to worry about this. Who am I? Can those useless fellows be compared to me? When I completely refine you, at that time I can truly integrate into this treasury and control all the mechanisms in the entire treasury. Those people want to find me. It is nothing more than courting death. At that time, with the support of the resources in the entire treasury, I will be able to truly rule the devil world." The Demon King's successor said disdainfully. He simply didn't care about those devil ancestors who were angrily looking for him outside. Chapter 1652. Everything was going according to his plan. After he lured the devil race's old ancestors in, they quickly cleaned up the violent thunder spear. Although the violent thunder spear had profound skills and was even more tyrannical than those devil race's old ancestors, and he also had the geographical advantage. After all, the other side had more people. As a result, the spear of violent thunder was easily injured. Then, just as they were about to take the spear of violent thunder, the successor of the demon lord snatched it away. He opened the demon lord's true treasury and fled. The old ancestors of the demon clan behind were trapped in the array of the treasure house and could not rush over. They were scattered everywhere and could not pose a fundamental threat to him. Moreover, by the time they arrived here, he would have already refined the violent thunder spear. By then, he would control the entire demon clan treasure house. Then, those old ancestors of the demon clan would be courting death. How could they be his opponent? At that time, he would be the real master of the treasure house. He could mobilize the entire treasure house to kill them. At that time, no matter how many people came, it would not be enough. This was the treasure house and various restrictions set up by the Demon King. Compared to the Demon King, these people were just like ants. The only worry in his heart was only Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was also known as the successor of the Demon King. Most importantly, he could actually make the 9 underworlds' royal flag betray. Yes, in his eyes, the 9 underworlds' royal flag actually betrayed. This in itself was incredible. He was not surprised by the betrayal of the Spear of Violent Thunder. It was just that they had grown ambitious. However, Yulien had clearly been moved by him. She had also confirmed his identity as the successor of the Demon Lord and was willing to follow him. Who would have thought that it would be completely destroyed by that person's one sentence? He was a pure successor of the Demon King. He was very clear about this, so he was also very surprised. In the end, what method did Yi Shiwen use to make Yulien betray? There was no doubt that no matter what method it was, Yi Shiwen must be related to the Demon King. Maybe he was another successor of the Demon King. This was not impossible. In order to make their descendants more outstanding, these great characters would find a few more of them and let them kill each other. The final winner would be the most outstanding one. This wasn't impossible. Although the Demon King was a great character, he was still a demon. For a demon, this kind of thing couldn't be more ordinary and normal. However, this wasn't good news for him. He couldn't be as leisurely as before. He had to speed up with all his might. However, the good news was that he knew that although he didn't have the ability to defeat the Violent Thunder Spear, that person shouldn't be able to either. Otherwise, the Violent Thunder Spear would have been defeated a long time ago. Moreover, there was no need to worry that he would attack the elders and take away the treasury. After all, this was the treasury left behind by the Demon Lord. Its value was simply immeasurable. What benefits would there be if he reported it to the clan? Could it compare to taking the treasury for himself? Of course not. It was precisely because of this that he was not in a hurry. However, the failure 10 years ago was a wake-up call for him. It took him 10 years of effort to convince the patriarchs of the various clans of the devil race to come here. It was a hint that this might be the treasury of a devil god. In the end, these ancestors believed him and killed their way here. However, in the end, they were plotted against by him, and the Spear of Violent Thunder was taken away. He was probably frantically searching for him right now. However, he wasn't worried. If he had the Spear of Violent Thunder as a treasury, he would have smoothly arrived in front of the real treasury. If it weren't for the damned Spear of Violent Thunder refusing to cooperate, he could have already controlled the entire treasury. Thinking of this, he increased the refinement of the Spear of Violent Thunder. Ah! 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 The Spear of Violent Thunder kept roaring and screaming. The successor of the Demon Lord was ruthless and wanted to refine him in one fell swoop. I'm willing to cooperate with you and submit to you, the Spear of Violent Thunder hurriedly shouted. He could no longer withstand the feeling of his spirit being refined. If it were before, he wouldn't have cared about the successor of the Demon Lord at all, even if he had the brutal blade by his side. Who knew that after being seriously injured, he would fall into the hands of the successor? It was truly a fate worse than death. Now you want to surrender? It's too late. If you had cooperated with me just now, I might have spared your life and kept you as a slave. Now that I've thought about it, the only one who can truly control the treasury is me. You can even think of a way to resist the restriction left by the Demon Lord, let alone me. So, the best way is to completely refine you. It's just a key. There's no need for a tool spirit. The successor of the Demon Lord sneered and said, Ah, you will die a horrible death. As far as I know, the Demon Lord has another successor. If he comes, you will definitely die a horrible death. You will die in his hands. The Spear of Violent Thunder kept roaring and said, Well, the successor of the Demon Lord frowned, but did not continue. Instead, he began to think. Suddenly, a vicious plan drilled into his mind. At the same time, Yi Shiwen punched a mechanical puppet and finally escaped from the endless mechanical puppets. He passed through another palace, and these mechanical puppets seemed to be only on that section of the road. Once he passed through this road, he would be fine. Phew! Finally, he killed a way out. Along the way, he and Yu Lian destroyed hundreds of mechanical puppets and then rushed out. These mechanical puppets should have become his wealth, but now they were destroyed on the spot. However, at this time he simply could not care so much. He rushed straight out of the palace. As soon as he passed through the palace, he suddenly felt a burst of powerful treasures soaring into the sky, attacking him. Several streamers of light flashed in the sky. Yi Shiwen's eyesight was very strong, and at a glance he saw that these flying in the sky were actually powerful magic weapons. These powerful magic weapons, after being nourished by spirit energy for countless years, had also developed spiritual wisdom. Although they could not be compared with the Spear of Violent Thunder, the 9 Underworld Emperor's flag, and the Brutal Blade, they were still very rare. At a glance, it was a very deep plain. In the distance, there were several demonic shadows, and in the middle, there was a huge cauldron surrounded. Roar! This cauldron constantly let out dragon roars, and then one could vaguely see many demonic dragon shadows roaming about. Around this cauldron, there were 3 top experts of the demon race, and the leader was a Heaven Realm initial stage Shura. Although he was young, he was extremely ugly. However, the extraordinary bearing and terrifying aura on his body revealed his strength. Beside him, there were 2 demon race ancestors, terrifying existences at the Heaven Realm late stage. Any one of them, even in the 8 royal families, could be said to be kings and ancestors. Young master, this is the 9-dragon heaven cauldron. Yu Lian's voice appeared in Yi Shiwen's ear. This is a huge cauldron that was refined by the Demon King back then. It was made from demonic stones, and after the Demon King killed the 9 demonic dragons, it formed an ultimate weapon. Ultimate weapons were existences that surpassed heaven-grade weapons. Each one of them was extremely powerful, and only Heaven Realm experts could fully utilize the power of an ultimate weapon. An ultimate weapon could easily break through space. Be it these weapons or natural treasures, they were all refined by the Demon King back then. Although many of them were left behind before the Demon King confirmed his Tao, in terms of quality, they were all extraordinary. Haha, I am extremely grateful for the 2 of you for helping me get rid of that bitch, Mannion. In the future, if I can become the chief, I will definitely use all the resources to help the 2 of you break through to the Heaven Realm. How about it? The Azura Race Highness laughed out loud. Mannion! Yi Shiwen suddenly recalled that graceful silhouette, that absolutely beautiful face. It was as if the heavens had given the appearance to the women of the Azura race, and the men of the Azura race couldn't get a single bit of it. Who knew that he would be able to hear news of her here? That's because she doesn't understand the situation. A mere woman actually wants to take the position of chief. Even if she has the support of the old ancestor, she is just too arrogant. At this moment, one of the late Heaven Realm demons opened his mouth. It was obvious that he was conservative and was filled with disdain towards Mannion. Haha, that's right. That bitch Man Yun actually dared to reject my proposal. I think she's really out of her mind. She doesn't know who she is after being praised by the old ancestor. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She's just a woman, yet she dares to be so arrogant. No matter what, without your help, how would she believe so easily? In the end, she would fall into the formation of this treasury. In just a short while, she would be trapped inside and die. The Azura Race Highness smiled in delight. At that time, I'd like to see who dares to compete with me. I'll make them die without a burial ground. It's just a pity that this slut is so beautiful. But she actually likes a human and would rather die than marry me. *CK. She really thinks she's some noble saintess. I will help you because she is unreliable. She actually used our race's resources to help that human called F.A. Wushuang, which was why he managed to escape. Now that F.A. Wushuang has returned to the human race, he seems to have grown by leaps and bounds. I heard that he has stepped into the Heaven Realm. To our race, we have one more expert. At this moment, another late Heaven Realm expert said, within the Azura race, there were many people who didn't like Mannion, especially the matter with Fa Wushuang. That was the fuse. Chapter 1653. For the people of the Ashura tribe, it was a great humiliation for them to protect Fa Wushuang with the entire tribe's power, especially after Fa Wushuang had returned to the human tribe, and according to the information from their spies, he had become a famous young giant in the human tribe. It was like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. This also made Mannion the target of everyone in the Shura race. If it wasn't for the fact that the old ancestor had high hopes for him, he would have ended up in a terrible state. Yi Shiwen laughed coldly. Yu Lian helped me hold them back. As for those two, I want the 9-dragon cauldron. Okay, I will attack, Yu Lian said. At this moment, under the combined attacks of 3 celestial realm experts, the 9-dragon cauldron started to show signs of collapsing. It looked like it couldn't hold on much longer, for the 9-dragon cauldron, unless it had its own consciousness like Yu Lian and cultivated a human body, it wouldn't be a match for these people. Ha ha ha, this cauldron is going to be mine. The Shura race prince laughed out loud. At this moment, a terrifying water sword condensed in the void and fell down instantly. The Azura clan's royal highness was in the middle of the group. Who? Pretty much at the same time, the 2 late-stage celestial realm experts noticed the water sword. One of them directly attacked and crushed the water sword. How dare you! This late-stage celestial realm Shura race old ancestor hollered, causing the entire sky to shake. Hung long long. There was a loud explosion, and large amounts of 9 Nether Emperor water started to surge out from the ground. 9 Nether Emperor water. How can there be 9 Nether Emperor water here? Damn it. At this moment, the 3 of them came to their senses. They should have been ambushed. You're asking to die. At this moment, one of the Shura race late-stage celestial realm old ancestor was furious. He stepped forwards, and the entire book exploded. A terrifying power seeped in, and even if there was a living being within, it would be wiped out by that stomp. However, before he could rejoice, a water sword was formed from the 9 Hell Emperor water. It swept up in an instant and headed straight for the Azure race late, celestial realm old ancestor. The sword light pierced through heaven and earth quickly. The old ancestor of the Shura race slapped down with his palm. Dang! An incomparably loud sound of gold and iron colliding rang out. This terrifying power rippled all around, distorting the space and creating huge cracks. The physical body of the Ashura tribe was famous for its toughness even in the myriad heavens and realms. At this moment, it was fully displayed. It took the water sword head-on with one hand, and nothing happened to it. Shwa! 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 At this moment, the 9 Nether Emperor water on the surface of the water formed many water swords that charged into the sky, wanting to stab the 3 of them into pieces. Who is it? If you have the ability, then come out. At this moment, the 2 late celestial realm Azura old ancestors were furious. They were ambushed consecutively. At this moment, their bodies suddenly erupted with incomparably tyrannical spiritual ether, as if the entire world was contained within it. Shortly after, the demon energy in the sky exploded and the entire space shook violently. At that moment, a silhouette descended from the sky and flew to the sky above the 9 dragons' sky-concealing cauldron at lightning speed. The 9 dragons' sky-concealing cauldron, which was on the verge of destruction, was instantly sucked into the cauldron. Stop! The 3 from the Ashura clan were enraged. They had spent half a day to trap the 9-dragon cauldron. Just as they were about to refine it, the cauldron fell from the sky and was stolen by someone else. It was a great humiliation. At this moment, the royal highness of the Ashura clan came to his senses. He took a step forward, crossed the void, and chased after the figure. The 2 late-stage celestial realm old ancestors also wanted to chase, but 2 giant hands grew out from the 9 Hell Emperor water beneath their feet and trapped them. They couldn't move at all. Pum! Pum! With their cultivation bases, Their bodies flashed, and the terrifying power instantly shattered the huge hand, turning it back into the Hades royal water of the underworld. But shortly after, more hands appeared from the water and stopped them. Although it was unable to pose a fundamental threat to them, it was more than enough to obstruct them. What made them even more terrified was that they didn't even see a shadow of this person. In other words, they had no idea who this person was. Just this alone was enough to stop them. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. Even if he couldn't completely destroy the two of them, he should have far exceeded their imagination. And at this moment, one of them suddenly reacted and shouted, "Not good, His Highness is in trouble. He purposely lured His Highness away and trapped us here. If that's the case, we can't directly support His Highness. What a vicious plan. Who is it? Come out and let's have a good fight if you have the ability." However, what they got in response were even more water hands and water swords that filled the sky. No one seemed to have any intention of answering them. Sword after sword stabbed out as if they were going to stab them into sieves. For them, this was not the biggest threat, but for the other party, it seemed that as long as they could stop them here, it would be enough. Just as they were burning with anxiety, the Highness of the Azura tribe had already caught up with the figure. "Thief, don't you dare run. Die." At that moment, he grabbed the entire void with his claw and grabbed at the figure on the spot. The figure suddenly stopped in the void and turned around. At that moment, the prince of the Ashura clan finally saw clearly that it was a fallen angel. "Fallen angel, you be asterisk stards. How dare you ruin my plans?" He immediately roared loudly, and the sharp claws in the sky swelled with the wind, becoming even bigger. In his eyes, the fallen angel didn't even try to dodge. On the contrary, he rushed over and threw a punch at him. "You're courting death. You want to compete with me in terms of physical strength? I think you must be tired of living." The Azura Highness sneered. The Azura clan's physical strength was also very famous in the entire demon clan. It was even ranked first among the 8 royal clans. The great Azura body of the Azura clan was known as one of the strongest combat bodies in the demon realm. The fallen angel clan wasn't famous for this, so he naturally had reasons to be proud. Bang! A loud collision sound was heard. The situation hadn't gone as he had expected. He hadn't been able to cripple the fallen angel with a single palm strike. On the contrary, the fallen angel's fist contained a frightening fist force that made him feel a terrifying tremor. Bang! Another powerful force boiled in the center of his palm. It directly penetrated his arm and landed on his body. Bang! He immediately felt a terrifying force fall directly on his body, and then his body was blasted away on the spot, completely out of his control. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with a look of disbelief. It was as if he couldn't believe that Yi Shiwen had injured him. "This is impossible. You're just a fallen angel. Even the special physique of your clan can't be compared to mine." He couldn't believe it. The people of the Azura clan had always looked down on the fallen angels. They were jealous of them. They felt that the fallen angels were a group of sissies who relied on their looks to make a living. However, he didn't expect that he would be defeated by a group of sissies who he had never looked up to in terms of physical strength. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Shiwen had already rushed in front of him again, without waiting for a reply from Yi Shiwen. Bang! He directly rushed at Yi Shiwen and punched him again. His entire body fell on the spot like a comet and landed heavily on the ground. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. A terrifying force raged in his body. At this time, he barely realized that the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. This fallen angel was far more terrifying than he could imagine. He tried hard to recall which young and handsome fallen angel looked like this. He was extremely resentful. Revenge. He definitely had to take revenge. After he escaped, he would definitely make the fallen angel race give him an explanation. They actually dared to ambush him and beat him up like this. He definitely wouldn't let them off easily. Bang! Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a leg descended from the sky and trampled through the entire sky, directly piercing through his chest in an instant. Puff! The corner of his mouth kept bleeding. He felt his vitality rapidly fading away. Tell me. Now you can tell me where Man Yun is trapped. Yi Shiwen asked coldly. You're also here for that bitch. The Azura clan Royal Highness finally understood why he was ambushed. It turned out that it was because of Man Yun. He suddenly felt like he was trapped in a trap of his own making. He had lured her in order to get rid of Man Yun. Now he had attracted such a powerful enemy. Tell me. Maybe I can let you die a little faster if you tell me. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. Yi Shiwen's cold voice sounded like a devil that had crawled out of hell. Chapter 1654. Young Master, did you get the 9 dragons heaven-concealing cauldron? At this time, Yulian's figure emerged from the void, glanced at Yi Shiwen, and said. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, the prince of Azura clan under his feet was completely dead. All his flesh and blood had been fed to Tianyuan Mirror. In the end, he really couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's torture and had to confess to Yi Shiwen. It was proven that even a top master in the initial stage of Celestial Being Realm would not be any better than an ordinary person. In the end, he could only give up the place where Man Yun was trapped and only wished for a quick death. Yi Shiwen used the barbarian race to fulfill his dying wish. Yi Shiwen spread out his hands. The miniature version of the 9 dragons heaven-concealing cauldron was constantly floating up and down above his palm. I have already gotten the 9 dragons heaven-concealing cauldron, but it will take some time to refine it. Now, we still have to save a person. Let's save the person first. Yi Shiwen said, is it the Azura clan Royal Highness called Man Yun? Yulian asked. At this time, this was the only thing she could think of. Yi Shiwen had nothing to hide, so he nodded and acquiesced. I owe her a favor before. Yi Shiwen said, now I have to save her. But in this case, it is very likely that, by the time we arrive, that person has already refined the violent thunder spear. At that time, it will be our time of death. At this time, Yulian had to remind Yi Shiwen. I understand what you mean, I know. But now I have to save this person. Well, let's not talk about other things. Let's save the person first. I have already asked for the location, Yi Shiwen said, and directly stepped into the void. Behind him, Yulian sighed. But there was no other way. Yi Shiwen was her young master. Even if she knew that it would delay them, there was no other way. After flying for 2 hours, they finally arrived at a valley. At this time, the entire valley was like a huge wok with flames constantly emerging from it. The entire valley was surrounded by a huge magic array. At this time, the magic array had already been activated. The sky was filled with various kinds of earth core fire. They were constantly gushing out from the ground. Although there was no one guiding them, the power of the fire was already very huge. At this time, Yi Shiwen discovered that a figure was constantly attacking left and right, trying to kill its way out of the array. However, it was useless. The entire formation was like an iron wall, firmly locking her inside. She could not escape at all. Every time she tried to escape, there would be a sky full of flames spewing towards her. Bang! 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 Man Yun kept panting and punched the drifting flames. These flames kept emerging from the ground and couldn't be stopped. At this time, how could she not understand that she had been deceived by her clansmen? She couldn't suppress the anger in her heart, but it wasn't the time to discuss this. The most important thing now was to escape from this place. She had never seen such a formation before. It was simply amazing. She had never thought that a formation could be arranged to such a degree. It was simply natural. If she didn't know it, she would have thought that it was a natural formation. This was the work of the gods. However, even so, she still had an indescribable horror towards the person who arranged this formation. She didn't dare to imagine how profound the attainments of the formation must be in order to arrange such a formation. It's really worthy of being the demon god. At this time, she thought that she had entered a demon god's treasure house. The successor of the demon king had been wandering among the high level of the devil race for the past 10 years. He had finally won over these people. However, he didn't dare to say that it was a treasure house left by the demon king. Otherwise, countless people in the entire devil world would go crazy for it. He only said that it was a treasure house left by an almighty devil. However, many people had their own calculations in their hearts. For example, Princess Man Yin naturally wouldn't believe that it was just a treasure house left by an almighty devil. If any almighty devil could create such a treasure house, she would kneel on the spot. She privately guessed that it should be a treasure house left by a demon god. However, she never thought that it was a treasure house left by a demon king. It was precisely because she didn't know that she was careless. She thought that victory was in her grasp. Who knew that she would be played by the successor of the demon king? He took away the violent thunder spear right under their noses. Then, she was betrayed by her fellow clansmen and was trapped in this volcano formation. At this time, the volcano formation was activated. She couldn't even get out. Damn it, damn it. As long as I get out, I will definitely exterminate your entire clan. Man Yun gritted her teeth. She constantly scattered or dodged the terrible flames that constantly spewed out. She had been determined to become the first female monarch of the demon race since she was a child. She wanted to be the first person to create the world. Her will had long been as tough as iron. She had made a mistake in the matter of Fei Wushuang. However, it was only a little bit of a mistake. There was naturally a reason why she was lured in like this time. It was because there was a kind of heavenly treasure growing in this volcano formation. It was very important to her. Originally, she was very strange. Why would such a heavenly treasure grow here? However, it immediately triggered the entire volcano formation after she had plucked this heavenly treasure. Bang! 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 Her movements in this sky full of flames were getting slower and slower. Even the air was full of poisonous gas that was released from the earth fire. The earth fire wasn't as good as Nanming Li fire, True Sun fire, and other famous flames in the world. However, there was only a slight difference between them. Moreover, she wasn't an abnormal person like Yi Shiwen. Her physical strength was quickly exhausted due to the continuous attacks. However, she didn't dare to breathe. Instead, she absorbed the Ling Qi of the world. Otherwise, those poisonous gas would directly rush in. She had brought some medicinal pellets to replenish her devil yuan. However, what could she do? Those medicinal pellets would soon be consumed. Her strength was still too weak compared to the entire volcano formation. Bang! A flame finally dodged her massacre and bombarded her chest in one fell swoop. Puff! Her entire body was sent flying in an instant. Then, she directly collided with several flames that were floating in the void. A terrible pain swept through her brain. She didn't know how many bones on her back had been broken by the impact. Just when she was about to despair, a shocking saber light descended from the sky and split the entire volcano formation apart. Then a figure leaped in. The entire volcano formation seemed to be unable to withstand such a terrifying force and exploded. Although this was an array formation that was personally set up by the Demon King, countless years had passed after all. There was no one presiding over it. It was directly split apart by Yi Shiwen's emergence, immortal exterminating saber. This was the most convenient method that he discovered. He directly rushed down, only to realize that Man Yun had been seriously injured by the flames. If he had come a little later, perhaps Man Yun would have been drowned in the flames that filled the sky. Now that the volcano formation had been broken, these flames naturally disappeared into the void. Yi Shiwen directly caught Man Yun in midair, put her down, and infused a wisp of Zhenyuan into her body to maintain her life. With the vitality brought by Yi Shiwen's qi, Man Yun finally regained her breath. She continuously operated the healing technique to heal herself. At this time, she finally saw who the person in front of her was. She never expected that this person would actually be Yishiwen. She was already in despair, thinking that she would definitely be buried here, but she never expected to be saved by someone. Moreover, this person was Yishiwen, who she thought she would never see again in the future. The next time she saw him was on the battlefield of the demon and humans. This feeling was very wonderful, completely beyond her expectations. She never expected it. "Why is it you?" She looked at Yishiwen and said with some doubts, "Didn't you already return to the human clan? Can't I come back again after I go back? This is not a dangerous place. Why can't I come back?" Yishiwen said with a smile, as if the entire demon realm was like a hotel and an inn. He could come and go as he pleased. However, it was naturally not as easy as he said. It was naturally easy for him to come to the demon realm, but it was troublesome to go out. When he came in, he could rely on the Netherworld royal flag and the angels' sword to teleport directly. If he wanted to go out, he had to take the regular route. It was also very troublesome to go back and forth. It was not easy to pass through the battlefield of the demon and humans, but at this time he couldn't care so much. "This time, I owe you a big favor," Mannion said as she closed her eyes and focused on healing. At this time, it was meaningless to say those things. She had to strive to recover as soon as possible. Even Yishiwen couldn't help but feel that the physique of the Shura clan was really strong. Although Mannion was severely injured, she had completely recovered in just half an hour. "This time, thank you so much." Mannion smiled sweetly and said to Yishiwen, "It's good that you don't want to die. Looking at you again, it seems that you have walked out of the shadow of Brother Fa. This is very good." Yishiwen said with a smile, "Because of him, I have thought through a lot of things. Some things, as you said, can't be forced, and I won't force it anymore," said Mannion. "If it wasn't for Fa Wushuang, how could she be more determined to be a ruler? Since you have recovered, then hurry up and leave. This place is not suitable to stay for long. It is even possible that the control of the treasure house has been taken by someone. At that time, the people inside will probably die without a burial place," said Yishiwen as he looked at Mannion. "If you are talking about that bastard, I can probably know where he went." "You really don't want my help?" said Mannion suddenly with a smile. Chapter 1655. You know about it? Yishiwen looked at Mannion with a weird expression. "Of course. When that brat came to persuade the higher-ups of my race, I sensed that something was wrong, especially after he came in. So I left a Shura bug larva on him. That's why I can sense where he is." Mannion said, "The Azura bug? Are they those terrifying bugs that can even devour gods when they mature?" Yishiwen asked in shock. Even in the ancient Barrens continent, the Shura bug was famous. The most famous one was recorded in the ancient records of the Yi clan. Patriarch Sura had once raised a Sura bug, and it had even devoured a god. Because of that, the Sura bug became famous and became the most ferocious bug in the devil world. That's only possible when a pure-blooded Shura bug grows to the extreme. Mine isn't that strong. Mannion said, "If she had such a ferocious bug, why would she need to be afraid of formations? She would be able to rule the demon world." "Okay, then come with me." Yishiwen nodded. He originally needed to search around to confirm the location of the demon lord's successor, but with Mannion's help, he could find him directly. Then his chances would be much higher. However, he has a late-stage celestial realm expert by his side. If the two of us go, we won't be his match." Mannion said. Thinking about that, Mannion couldn't help but grit her teeth. The two late-stage heaven realm experts she brought actually betrayed her and caused her to fall into a trap. If it wasn't for Yishiwen, she would probably have died here. "That's okay, I also brought an expert." The moment Yishiwen said that, Yu Lian appeared in front of him. "This is..." Man Yun quickly saw through it. This is the artifact spirit. That's right. Yi Shiwen nodded. Man Yun didn't ask more. This was definitely Yi Shiwen's secret. This artifact spirit was terrifyingly strong, making her feel a strong pressure from the bottom of her heart. What was its original form? It was definitely extremely terrifying. She suddenly recalled that the demon lord's successor seemed to have a late celestial realm artifact spirit beside him. She looked at Yi Shiwen and suddenly thought about something, but she didn't say anything. Let's go. This time, we must get rid of him. Otherwise, he will become a monstrous disaster. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, Yi Shiwen, Man Yun, and Yu Lian sped all the way. The three of them had top-notch cultivation, so their speed was incomparably fast. They went all the way to the center of the treasure house. Yi Shiwen had originally guessed that he would go to the most central treasury, which was also the true location. However, it was also possible that he would first refine the storm spear and control the entire treasure house before taking action. If that was the case, then Yi Shiwen would have no other way. However, he had no other choice but to take a gamble. However, with Man Yun's guidance, Yi Shiwen had a clearer idea and didn't need to gamble anymore. Although the treasury was huge, it was still not enough to keep up with their flying speed. However, the real obstacle was the endless arrays and all sorts of traps. Without the storm spear, they wouldn't be able to avoid all the traps. Along the way, the deeper they went, the more terrifying the traps they encountered. In the end, they even met a late celestial realm mechanical beast. If it wasn't for Yu Lian, they probably wouldn't have been able to make it through. The entire demon lord's treasure house was already surrounded by layers of traps and arrays. For the demon lord, this level of arrays was just something he could casually grab. It wasn't a problem at all. However, what Yi Shiwen didn't expect was that he would actually meet the storm spear so close to the treasure house. The completely downtrodden thunder spear appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. Young master, I am willing to submit to you and let you obtain the entire demon lord's treasure house. However, the condition is that you must get rid of that person. The storm spear's entire spirit was faintly discernible, as if it could disappear at any time. It was already extremely weak, as if it could be destroyed at any time. How did you escape from him? Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and asked. He wanted to refine me and finally control the entire treasure house. However, I escaped in the end. Now I can only believe in you. With my help, you can control the entire treasure house. The storm spear said with righteous indignation. Oh. Yi Shiwen thought in his heart and felt that something was wrong. That's for the best. You take us to find him. When the time comes, he will naturally die in my hands. There's no need for you to say anything more. Seeing that Yi Shiwen agreed, the storm spear immediately became happy and said, Young master, please follow me. If it was the previous storm spear, then Yi Shiwen would need to be extremely vigilant. However, the current storm spear could be said to be unable to withstand a single blow. If he wanted to kill him, even Yi Shiwen could do it. It seemed that it could also be verified that the storm spear had indeed been refined by the demon lord's successor. However, the moment the storm spear pointed in a direction, Yi Shiwen finally understood where the problem was. It was because the direction he pointed was different from the direction pointed by Man Yun. In an instant, Yi Shiwen almost immediately made a judgment. He had an answer as to who to believe and who not to believe. Yi Shiwen, be careful. There's something wrong with this person. Yi Shiwen also received Man Yun's voice transmission immediately. Let's go, let's go. Yi Shiwen made a decision in a split second. Man Yun also looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. She did not believe that Yi Shiwen could not see the problem. However, even if he saw the problem, he still chose to follow the storm spear. Why? Moreover, young master? The doubts in her heart were increasing, but she also understood that she should not ask too much. This treasure house was obviously related to Yi Shiwen, but it was definitely his secret. However, since Yi Shiwen chose to do this, there must be a reason, so she did not say much. They walked all the way and soon arrived at the place mentioned by the Storm Spear. It was a large grassland. "Storm Spear, where is the person you were talking about?" asked Yi Shiwen. "Ha ha ha, you were fooled." The Storm Spear laughed and suddenly leaped forward. "You want to leave? Where are you going?" Yi Shiwen sneered and directly grabbed the void with his big hand. The Storm Spear, who just wanted to leave, was directly caught by Yi Shiwen's big hand. How is this possible? The Storm Spear never expected that he would be caught by Yi Shiwen. Originally, his speed was already fast to the extreme. In addition, he was scheming against Yi Shiwen. He thought that he could easily escape from Yi Shiwen's control, who knew that he would be caught by Yi Shiwen just as he moved. Why is it impossible? Do you think I can't predict that you are lying to me? I saw through it at first glance. Yi Shiwen sneered. Although the speed of the Thunderstorm Spear was extremely fast, its strength could no longer be compared to its former self. In fact, it had even declined to the extreme. In addition, he thought that he was scheming against Yi Shiwen. In fact, Yi Shiwen had always been on guard. He always thought that scheming against Yi Shiwen was a ridiculous thing. Then why? The Storm Spear suddenly didn't understand. Since he had already seen through it, why did he still choose to follow? "You don't understand why I came with you even though I know," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. "That's because, since you have appeared, it must be related to him. If I didn't come, how would I know what kind of trap you have set for me? Don't you think so? You are really confident in yourself." "Unfortunately, it's too late, shouted the Storm Spear. "I know very well whether it's too late or not," said Yi Shiwen with a sneer. Good courage, good courage." Suddenly a clapping sound was heard. Then 2 figures jumped out of the void. Yi Shiwen had seen one of them before. It was the successor of the Demon King. Although the other one didn't say it, Yi Shiwen knew that it was the brutal blade. "I didn't expect you to know that there is danger and still dare to come. You are really brave." The successor of the Demon King just kept clapping and then looked at Yi Shiwen with a sneer. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," Yi Shiwen said. "And I also want to see what kind of show you have arranged for me." Good courage, good courage. I admit that you are indeed worthy of being my opponent. However, it's a pity that after today, all of this will be over. The true successor of the Demon King will only be me." The successor of the Demon King looked at Yi Shiwen arrogantly and said, "Demon King, successor." Suddenly, Man Yin looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief and then looked at the successor of the Demon King. She was extremely shocked. She never expected that they were the successors of the Demon King. If she guessed correctly, this should be the Demon King's treasure house. Demon King. It was actually the Demon King. She was extremely shocked. If the demon god was the strongest in the demon realm, then the Demon King was the ruler of the heavens and was the supreme existence in the demon realm. There were only a few demon kings in the demon realm for so many years, and her goal was only to become a queen and be on equal footing with these great demon kings. One could imagine what the Demon King meant to the people in the demon realm. Previously, she thought that this was just a demon god's treasure house. If she knew that it was the Demon King's treasure house, the entire demon realm would have gone crazy. Even those old monsters who had been in seclusion for many years might not be able to resist such a temptation. Chapter 1656. If this news were to spread out, the entire demon world would probably go crazy. What kind of great existence was the Demon King? In the myriad worlds, no one dared to disrespect the Demon King. The treasury he left behind would definitely cause countless people to go crazy. After all, in front of the true demon lord, these people were just a bunch of ants. Even the demon god was nothing in front of the demon lord. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the demon lord, even if one couldn't prove the Tao in the future, it would be enough to dominate the demon world. And now, It sounded like these two people were related to the demon lord's inheritance. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but look at Yi Shiwen. She didn't know what kind of ability this human had to actually be able to become the successor of the demon lord. I don't care about the successor of the demon lord, but the things inside are mine. Yi Shiwen said calmly, Yu Lian, you are thinking too much. The successor of the demon lord said calmly, obviously not holding Yi Shiwen in any regard. Yu Lian, it's not too late to surrender now. At this moment, the brutal blade behind the successor of the demon lord persuaded. Yu Lian shook her head and said, You don't need to say anything more. On the contrary, it's not too late for you to turn over a new leaf. I know that you aren't controlled by him, and with his current strength, he is definitely not your opponent. It's impossible for him to control you. He might have promised you some benefits, but I can tell you that you better not believe his words, because he isn't the Lord's disciple. I don't know where he came from. Why are you talking so much to him? You are so stubborn. Humph, you actually dare to join hands with him to go against me. You are dead. When the time comes, I will swallow your soul in one bite. The successor of the demon lord looked at Yu Lian viciously, as if he hated her. Die. The successor of the demon lord laughed coldly and formed a seal with both hands. Then the entire heaven and earth started to shake violently. Space started to twist crazily, and endless power of the 5 elements started to condense in the formation, turning into flowers of the power of the 5 elements. They looked extremely beautiful and colorful, but Yi Shiwen and the other two could feel a terrifying aura from these flowers of the power of the 5 elements. Even celestial realm experts wouldn't be able to block such a sneak attack. Although your courage is not bad, you never imagined that the violent thunder spear has already been refined by me. He was just tricking you before. Now the entire treasury is in my hands. You are just seeking your own death. The successor of the demon lord laughed loudly. Crash! 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 The power of the 5 elements in the world was sucked in and condensed into the 5 elements flower, which blasted towards them. Since the entire treasury was formed by the power of the 5 elements, it could be said that the power of the 5 elements was endless. Once one fell into the formation, it was equivalent to seeking one's own death. What a joke! It's all within your control. If it was all within your control, would you still need to lure me here? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, There is only one way to completely refine the violent thunder spear, and that is to erase his spirit. It's just a key. There's no need for a spirit at all. Yi Shiwen was very clear that Yi Mo had told him about this problem before. The violent thunder spear was just a key, but it later developed its own intelligence. This in itself was treacherous. That was why the violent thunder spear wanted to rebel, because if he didn't rebel, he would have no way out. This was something that couldn't be helped. If he didn't rebel successfully, he would become the successor of the demon lord, or his spirit would be erased by the successor of the demon lord. As long as the successor of the demon lord still wanted the things in the treasury, he would inevitably have to erase the spirit of the violent thunder spear. When he saw the violent thunder spear appear in front of him, he knew that he shouldn't have fully controlled the treasury. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. That was why he dared to follow, because no matter what kind of trap he set, there was a fatal loophole. This loophole was the violent thunder spear. He didn't completely refine the violent thunder spear, and this was his biggest mistake. Because of greed, the successor of the demon lord wanted to eradicate Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. He was also afraid that he would scare Yi Shiwen away. If he refined the violent thunder spear first, then Yi Shiwen would definitely turn around and leave. If he scared Yi Shiwen away, then he didn't know when he would find Yi Shiwen again. The existence of this guy, who was also the successor of the demon lord, was also a huge threat to him. If he couldn't eradicate Yi Shiwen, then he wouldn't feel at ease. It was the same for Yi Shiwen. If he couldn't eradicate the successor of the demon lord, then it would be a big problem for him. It was just that the successor of the demon lord never expected that Yi Mo, a person who knew everything about the demon lord, would be by Yi Shiwen's side. Originally, there was no way to discover this loophole, but Yi Shiwen knew all about it. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen wouldn't have followed them, even though he knew that there was a problem. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Otherwise, he would have foolishly followed them without knowing anything. Then he would have been an idiot. The face of the successor of the demon lord suddenly changed. It seemed that he didn't expect Yi Shiwen to know. This is your biggest loophole. The spirit of the violent thunder spear is still here, which means that you haven't fully controlled the treasury. The main thing is that when I control the treasury, it will be the time of your death, Yi Shiwen said. He immediately sat down and began to refine the violent thunder spear. Nanming Li fire was released in an instant. The violent thunder spear howled as it was burned. It wanted to escape, but the Nanming Li fire turned into a big hand and directly grabbed it on the spot. During this time, the Nanming Li fire had already been refined by Yi Shiwen to the point of perfection. It could be said to be another of his trump cards. This was a magical power that only the Phoenix clan could have. Now using it to refine the violent thunder spear was simply overkill. And at this time, countless 5 elements flowers fell towards Yi Shiwen. Each small 5 elements flower contained the terrifying power of the 5 elements. It could create and destroy worlds. And above Yi Shiwen's head, a cauldron appeared directly. It was the 9 dragons' heaven-subduing cauldron. Yi Shiwen did not stop along the way. He initially refined the 9 dragons' heaven-subduing cauldron. Although it couldn't be said to be completely refined, at least it could play some role. Roar, roar, roar. On the 9 dragons' heaven-subduing cauldron, 9 dragons suddenly flew up and roared at the sky, constantly biting the 5 elements flowers in the sky. Lest these 5 elements flowers fall on the 9 dragons' heaven-subduing cauldron. For a while, these 5 elements flowers could not do anything to Yi Shiwen under the 9 dragons' heaven-subduing cauldron. Yi Shiwen seemed to not care about anything. He just continued to refine the violent thunder spear, because he was very clear that the real deciding factor was the violent thunder spear. Only with the violent thunder spear could he truly control this treasure house. With this treasure house in control, this demon monarch successor was simply seeking his own death. How could he be a match for him? Stop him, kill him for me. The demon monarch's successor was anxious. He did not have the calm appearance just now. Because he found that his carefully laid trap, he thought that he could kill Yi Shiwen in one fell swoop. Who knew that there was such a big loophole? The most important thing was that this loophole was also seized by Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen knew this a long time ago, but he still followed because he had grasped this loophole and was not afraid of what the successor would do. If that's the case, then don't blame me. The demon monarch's successor said fiercely, "Die." At this time, behind him, the brutal blade began to move. In an instant, it tore the vast sky and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. A palm directly slapped down, bringing with it boundless sword chi. It was as if there was endless sword chi churning in his palm. He wanted to directly suppress Yi Shiwen to death in one breath. Don't be stubborn. As long as you surrender now, it's still not too late. At this moment of imminent peril, Yu Lian finally took action. As she attacked, she tried to dissuade the brutal blade's members. After years of friendship, she couldn't bear to see the brutal blade's members wallow in self-degradation. Bang! With a loud bang, Yu Lian and the brutal blade collided fiercely, and a palm slapped fiercely against each other. The huge roar brought with it boundless power, sweeping in all directions. The terrifying power annihilated a large area of the 5 elements flower. The power was extremely terrifying. Even Yi Shiwen, who was hiding in the 9 dragons' heavenly cauldron, could feel the terrifying fluctuations. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. An expert in the late stage of the celestial being realm was indeed terrifying, not to mention the veteran violent Thunder Spear, who was at the peak of the celestial being realm. If it wasn't for the demon monarch's successor's plot to severely injure him, perhaps Yishuin wouldn't be able to stand in front of him now, let alone refine him like this. Bang! 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 The speed of the exchange between the two was extremely fast. They had only just collided, but in an instant they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with talismans formed by the laws, twisting into chains that danced in the sky. The space was distorted and shattered. Both of their bodies exploded with colorful rays of light, which belonged to the light of the laws. Both of them went all out from the start, giving no chance at all. Although both of them had some camaraderie, they also knew how terrifying the other party was, so they didn't dare to show any mercy. Damn it! At this moment, the demon monarch's successor saw that the brutal blade was actually blocked by Yulien, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He didn't continue to wait, and immediately stomped his feet, directly flying towards Yishuin like an eagle pouncing on its prey. Chapter 16, 57. Demonic wings unfurled from his back, and he instantly reached an extreme speed. He was like a giant demon god as he pounced towards Yishuin. His speed was extremely fast, and there was no pattern to it. He was like an antelope hanging its horns, causing the fluctuations of laws to fill the sky. He slammed down towards Yishuin with a powerful aura. Bang! However, his attack didn't hit Yishuin. Instead, it was blocked by Manyin. His attack was extremely fast, but Manyin was not to be trifled with. For the old ancestor of the Azura clan to stand against the opinions of the masses and choose her, a woman, as a candidate for cultivation, one could imagine how talented she was. Naturally, she wasn't weak either. Moreover, although he was the descendant of the demon lord, Manyin had the Azura clan behind her. There was once a demon lord in the Azura clan, and his cultivation techniques were much more systematic and powerful than someone like him, who came from an unorthodox background. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. She was shocked by the identity of the successor of the Demon King. Although the Ashura clan also had a Demon King ancestor, they were separated by countless generations, so they were completely different from the direct successor of the Demon King. However, she wasn't afraid at all. The descendant of the Demon Lord was much more noble than the Son of God or the Messenger of God. This was because the Demon Lord was the ruler of the demon world. He was a powerful existence that reigned above everything else. 6 paths. Man Yun punched out, and a giant 6 paths of reincarnation wheel appeared behind her. With boundless fist intent, she punched towards the descendant of the Demon Lord. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the Azura Demon Lord, and it was famous throughout the world. She used all her strength right from the start, as if she understood that if she didn't use all her strength, she wouldn't be able to suppress the descendant of the Demon Lord. Demon laws tear everything apart. The descendant of the demon monarch sneered and blasted out a black torrent of energy to meet the 6 paths roulette. Boom! Terrifying power rippled out in the void. Although it wasn't as shocking as the battle between Yulien and Brutal Blade, 2 celestial being realm experts, it still caused a terrifying energy current when 2 celestial being realm experts fought. Both sides displayed all kinds of exquisite demon race martial arts. Both sides had the unique skills of the demon monarch. It was as if 2 demon monarchs who had never met before were exchanging blows with each other. In the blink of an eye, both sides had clashed hundreds and thousands of times, each time more intense than the last. It was as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. The 5 elemental chi and the 5 elemental flowers that fell from the sky were completely annihilated in the battle between these people. The Devil King's successor and the Brutal Blade wanted to snatch the violent Thunder Spear back. However, they were blocked by Yulien and Manyin. Just as Yishuin had thought, he hadn't refined the violent Thunder Spear. Otherwise, the violent thunder spear would have appeared in his hand with just a wave of his hand. However, at this time the battle was completely controlled by the two of them. The aftermath of the battle couldn't penetrate their defense line and hit Yishiwen. They could only rely on the power of the 5 elemental flowers to blast Yishiwen to death. However, with the dragon taming cauldron above his head, it was as if he was invincible. Ordinary people couldn't do anything to him at all, especially the descendant of the demon lord. He was even more anxious. If he couldn't snatch the violent thunder spear before Yishiwen refined it, then the next problem would be troublesome. His attacks became more and more rapid. Exquisite martial arts were like lotus flowers blooming in his hands. His attacks were like a tide. However, Man Yun became more and more stable at this time. The defense line that she built with her hands also became more and more solid. No matter how terrifying the attacks of the descendant of the demon lord were, she could completely block them, just like how he would block soldiers with arms and water with an earthen dam. He was able to block every single attack from the other party. Compared to the anxiety of the demon lord's successor, she was actually more relaxed. She thought that all she had to do was block the demon lord's successor's attacks. It had been a very long time since she had encountered such an evenly matched opponent. She came from an extraordinary background, and coupled with her innate diligence, her cultivation base had already reached a realm that could shock the heavens and make the earth weep. A casual blow from her would be accompanied by the endless power of laws. Ordinary people in the same realm wouldn't be able to block her attacks. However, the descendant of the demon lord was an exception. His strength was tyrannical. Even she had to constantly retreat in the face of his concentrated attacks. She had to consolidate her defense line and could only occasionally counterattack. However, it was also because of this that she could display all of her martial arts at once. She could truly feel where her limits were. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, she would gain a lot in the end. Battling with experts in the same realm was what she currently lacked the most. Damn it! Damn it! You stinking bitch! The descendant of the demon lord could feel that Yishiwen was about to refine the violent thunder spear. He couldn't help but be furious. If Yishiwen refined the violent thunder spear, then everything would be over. However, he couldn't break through Manyun's defense line. Although he was stronger than Manyun, it was only by a little. He couldn't completely transform this little advantage into his own strength in such a short period of time. However, there was no other way. He could only watch as Yishiwen refined the violent thunder spear. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Yu Lian and the brutal blade had undergone an earth-shattering change. The two were supposed to be evenly matched, but Yu Lian had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the brutal blade. The brutal blade's sword had pierced a huge hole in her body. You are so despicable. You actually sneak-attacked me. Yu Lian spat out a mouthful of blood. She was slightly relieved when the tyrannical blade had said that he would surrender. Who knew that she would be seriously injured by him in the blink of an eye? She was almost stabbed to death by his sword. If she hadn't reacted fast enough, she would have been dead by now. I'm sorry. Everyone has their own master. Moreover, he can't survive. Otherwise, he will become a big problem for me. The tyrannical blade glanced at Yishiwen and said, it seemed as if he had confirmed something. You are really stubborn. You won't have a good ending if you go against the young master. Yu Lian said angrily, maybe. But now, I can't let him ruin my plan. Absolutely not. No one can. Even if he is the descendant of the demon lord. The tyrannical blade said coldly, that's disgraceful. Yu Lian suddenly shouted, disgraceful? Don't tell me you haven't thought about it all these years? Why do we have to be locked up here? Don't tell me we don't even have the right to choose our own future? So what if we have a lot of skills? We don't even have a way to get out. What's the difference between you and the violent thunder spear? Yu Lian said, the descendant of the demon lord isn't the one I recognize. I'm not the violent thunder spear either. I don't need to do what he did. The tyrannical blade continued, "Don't blame me for disregarding our past relationship if you continue to be stubborn. I'll kill you." His expression became colder and colder. It seemed as if he had already determined one thing. He would never back down. Shwa! His figure instantly flew in the void and arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. He spread his 5 fingers and fiercely slapped the 9 dragons' heaven-defying cauldron on top of Yi Shiwen's head. The 9 dragons' heaven-defying cauldron began to shake violently. It seemed as if it was also being pulled by this powerful energy. "Stop!" Yu Lian bellowed, bringing with it a sharp torrent of energy that slammed towards the tyrant blade. It seemed as if she could beat him up at any time. The tyrannical blade, who was in the void, turned around and thrust his sword towards the torrent of energy. Boom! An incomparably loud sound was heard. This terrifying power exploded with a loud bang. The tyrannical blade's sword light smashed towards Yu Lian with irresistible force. Bang! Yu Lian, who had already been seriously injured, was no longer as agile as before. She couldn't even dodge and was directly hit. Her whole body was like a cannonball, flying out on the spot and rolling hard on the ground. She was in an extremely embarrassing situation. "Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for what I'll do," the tyrannical blade said coldly. He took a step forward and directly rushed in front of Yu Lian. His expression was extremely cold. He opened his hand, and a shocking sword light appeared in front of him. His real body, the tyrannical blade, appeared in his hand amidst the endless sword light. He knew very well that even though he could heavily injure Yu Lian, if he wanted to kill her, he would have to use his real body, the brutal edge. After all, it was an artifact personally refined by the Demon King, and its power was limitless. It was completely different from those unorthodox artifacts that came out of nowhere. "Tyrannical blade, don't worry about her. Kill that guy first. As long as that guy is dead, the violent thunder spear will fall into my hands. I can make them die without a burial place. I can make them die however I want." At this time, the Demon King's successor was anxious. He had been unable to break through Man Yun's defense. However, he had been paying attention to Yi Shiwen's situation. The violent thunder spear, which had been screaming continuously, was now silent. It had entered the final stage. He didn't want to give the Demon King any extra time. The tyrannical blade didn't hesitate. He immediately let go of Yu Lian. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen as if he had torn the void. His expression was cold and somewhat cruel. Chapter 1658. The brutal blade didn't hesitate to let go of Yu Lian. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen as if he was tearing the void apart. His expression was ice-cold and somewhat brutal. He looked at Yi Shiwen with a slightly evil grin, as if he could tear him apart in the next second. Die! The brutal blade's big hand directly hit the 9 dragons' heaven-defying cauldron. Bang! An incomparably loud sound echoed, and the 9 demonic dragons' souls were sent flying out of the 9 dragons' heaven-defying cauldron. Then the 9 dragons' heaven-defying cauldron also flew out and hit the ground. At this time, it could be said that Yi Shiwen had already exposed himself in front of the brutal blade. The brutal blade revealed a somewhat cruel smile as he looked at Yi Shiwen with incomparable malevolence. "Die? It's time to be free." His big hand suddenly fell down, but at this time, 2 huge ancient characters flew out from Yi Shiwen's body. 1 martial character and 1 fighting character, one in front of the other in the back, instantly suppressed the brutal blade. It seemed as if the brutal blade would be suppressed in an instant. The profound martial arts contained in the characters were completely revealed in an instant, turning into a law chain that bombarded the brutal blade. At this time, Tianyuan Mirror once again appeared above Yi Shiwen's head and shrouded him in it. Boom! 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 The 5 elements flowers continuously fell on Tianyuan Mirror, shattering the curtain of light. Although Tian Yuan Mirror was already a top-level heaven-level divine tool, it still couldn't be compared to the 9 Dragons' heaven-defying cauldron. Previously, the 9 Dragons' heaven-defying cauldron was able to protect Yi Shiwen, but when it came to Tian Yuan Mirror, it was surrounded by perils. But at this time he had no other choice. The 9 Dragons' heavenly cauldron had not been fully refined yet. It was only a preliminary refinement, so it couldn't completely control the souls of the 9 dragons. At this time, the souls of the 9 dragons seemed to have sensed the formidable might of the brutal blade, so they simply lay down on the ground and didn't come over. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but curse, but there was no way to solve this problem. He could only let Tian Yuan Mirror bear the brunt of the attack. There was nothing more suitable than Tian Yuan Mirror. If it was replaced by 8 Treasures Heaven and Earth Cauldron, then it would be even worse than Tian Yuan Mirror. At least, Tian Yuan Mirror's material was very good, so it would be very difficult for these 5 elements flowers to injure Tian Yuan Mirror. At this time, 7 colored rays of light constantly erupted behind him. It was the enlightening mind ancient tree that was constantly calming his mind. He knew that he had to remain calm at a time like this. Only by calmly refining the violent lightning spear was the only way. Otherwise, once the violent lightning spear was snatched away, they would all die here today. Every second counts. Right now, he was really racing against time. Even if it was just 1 more second, he might be able to escape and ascend to the heavens because of it. At the same time, he had already put on the 7-colored divine robe. He had already made his final preparations. If worst comes to worst, it would be a life-and-death struggle. But at the same time, the Wu and fighting characters caught the brutal blade off guard. These 2 characters were the condensation of the martial arts of a mighty expert. And now, they had suddenly attacked him with all their might. "Damn, break for me!" The brutal blade shouted loudly and blasted his palm towards the Wu character. Bang! A loud explosion sounded, and the Wu character burst out with countless martial art sources, seemingly trying to block the brutal blade's attack. But after all, no one was controlling them. Plus, Yi Shiwen's strength was far inferior to the brutal blade's, so there was simply no way to stop the Wu character. At this time, the Wu character was directly broken. The brutal blade's palm directly hit the Wu character. The terrible power almost shattered the Wu character. The tyrannical blade was too powerful. Even these ancient characters and pseudo-Dao characters could be shattered by it. Yi Shiwen wouldn't have been willing to leave the martial character here in normal times. After all, he hadn't completely comprehended this martial character. However, he didn't have any other choice at this time. His life was more important than the fighting character and the martial character. Everything else would be meaningless if he and his companions were to die. Thinking of this, he naturally no longer hesitated. Bang! 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 The brutal blade constantly bombarded the Wu character, trying to shatter it. Yi Shiwen couldn't afford to wait. He couldn't afford to wait for even a second. He was racing against time. This was a battle of life and death. No one dared to relax. Either they let him kill Yi Shiwen first, or they could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen refined the violent thunder spear and killed them all. There was no other demerit to be recorded. This was the only result. In order to survive, Yi Shiwen had to die. He had decided to follow the successor of Devil Monarch Ting. However, this Wu character was very tenacious. Yi Shiwen had already thrown caution to the wind. He didn't care about the fact that this Wu character might be forcibly shaken off. He could only try his best to delay him for a second. At this time, the fighting character suddenly bombarded the brutal blade. In an instant, it changed into a myriad of forms in the void. One moment, it looked like a long sword, and the next moment it looked like a long blade. The 18 types of martial arts were all changing. This was the ultimate display of combat skills. Coupled with the origin of the Wu character, it was like adding wings to a tiger. If it wasn't for this, the 2 of them wouldn't have been able to repel the brutal blade. Break! 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 The brutal blade let out a roar, and a figure suddenly grew out of his body. It knocked away the two hands and rushed towards the fighting character. Bang! The fighting character was sent flying on the spot. It kept changing into various strange weapons in the sky. Damn it! What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want both of us to die? Hurry up and kill that guy. At this time, the successor of the Devil Monarch was even more anxious, because he had already felt that Yi Shiwen had refined the primordial spirit of the violent Thunder Spear. At this time, he was already bombarding the seal and primordial spirit sealed within the violent Thunder Spear. Although he was very strong, the seal and spirit of the violent lightning spear could not withstand Yi Shiwen's continuous bombardment. After all, the spirit of the violent lightning spear had been completely erased. It was no longer able to resist. If this continued, he would be able to completely control the violent lightning spear. Once he had complete control of the violent lightning spear, he would immediately be able to communicate with the entire treasure house. For them, this was tantamount to a disaster. At this time, he didn't dare to stop even the slightest bit. However, Man Yin was like a dog-skin plaster, constantly sticking to him, leaving him with no way to escape. I've tried my best. The brutal blade kept roaring. A cruel expression began to emerge on his face. Back off. With a loud shout, a sword light instantly pierced through the sky, piercing through the martial character. With a bang, the endless sword energy instantly exploded. The martial character was blasted away on the spot. The entire character began to flicker as if it would disappear at any time. The origin of the martial character had also been pierced by the brutal blade and scattered. If it continued to move forward, the martial character would collapse on the spot. After all, although the word martial contained the entire martial arts understanding of a mighty warrior, but it was only a part of the martial arts understanding, nothing more. It was not easy for Yi Shiwen to display such power, and it was simply impossible for him to contend against the strength of the brutal blade, which was far beyond Yi Shiwen. At this time, in the distance, Yu Lian was already on the ground. She struggled to get up, but she didn't have the strength to do so. Although the brutal blade had retreated, he had left a seal on her body, delaying her recovery. She wouldn't be able to recover in this short period of time. By the time she recovered, the battle would be over. In other words, her fighting strength had been completely destroyed. She was out of the competition. She saw the fighting character turn into a mountain of weapons and fiercely fall down. It contained countless fist techniques, sword techniques, and palm techniques. In a flash, it seemed as if this fighting character had turned into the general outline of the world's martial arts. All martial arts could be found in this martial character. The owner of this fighting character must have been a very experienced and powerful expert. Otherwise, how could he have condensed such an ancient character? Rise! The tyrant blade was enraged. With a loud roar, he transformed into a gigantic blade of light that shot towards the fighting character. Boom! With a loud explosion, the fighting character was sent flying again. Just like the martial character, it was simply unable to stop the brutal blade's advance. Without these two obstacles, the brutal blade directly stepped in front of Yi Shiwen and said in a cold voice, "Now I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. I advise you to obediently accept your death. You are no match for me." The brutal blade roared, but his big hand didn't stop. His big hand instantly grabbed the sky, full of sword light, and fell towards Yi Shiwen's head. Bang! Tianyuan Mirror was also directly sent, flying like a streamer in the void. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. Go to hell! The brutal blade shouted and slashed his sword towards Yi Shiwen. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. The 5 elements flowers, which had been falling on Yi Shiwen's body, suddenly turned into a murderous light and rushed towards the brutal blade. Chapter 1659. The 5 elements flower instantly changed. If it was said that the five elements flower was gentle at the beginning, then it instantly became tyrannical. It was extremely tyrannical. All of a sudden, it began to sweep towards Berserker Blade, directly condensing into a hurricane that swept across the sky, forming a huge torrent of energy that fiercely bombarded Berserker Blade. How is this possible? How can this be? Berserker Blade was shocked. How could this happen? The situation had been reversed all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, the face of the Demon King's successor immediately turned pale because he seemed to have figured out why. Don't you understand? Yi Shiwen's cold voice sounded. At this time, if Berserker Blade still didn't understand, then he would really be a fool. In fact, he was not a fool. On the contrary, he was extremely smart, and at the same time he was also an exceptionally cruel and cold-blooded person. Yes, now your fate is all in my hands. Yi Shiwen grabbed the spear of Violent Thunder and felt as if it was merging with the entire treasure house. The entire treasure house seemed to be under his control. Although he was only in control of the treasure house's key, he couldn't fully display the treasure house's full power because the real control hall of the treasure house was located in the deepest part of the treasure house. Currently, he had no way of getting in touch with it. But even so, with the complete mastery of the Spear of Violent Thunder, Yi Shiwen could already control the formation outside. Just now, the Demon King's successor only used a part of the Spear of Violent Thunder to mobilize the formation to besiege and even kill Yi Shiwen. But now, Yi Shiwen could completely use the Spear of Violent Thunder to suddenly change the target of the formation to them. In other words, you are dead. Yi Shiwen waved the Spear of Violent Thunder, and suddenly endless thunder directly fell from the sky, directly striking at Berserker Blade. Boom! 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 In the sky, thunder fell continuously, directly hitting Berserker Blade's body. Almost the entire sky was filled with such thunder and the flower of five elements. Ah! Berserker Blade screamed. He still couldn't withstand it and was directly struck by the thunder on the spot. Instantly they were heavily injured. To these artifact spirits, the heavenly thunder was the most terrifying existence. To them, perhaps there was nothing more terrifying than this. Even if he was a celestial realm late-stage expert, he wouldn't be any better in this formation. After grasping the complete Spear of Lightning, the strength of this formation was much more terrifying than when it was controlled by the Demon Lord's successor. Its strength instantly increased by a level, and even a late Heaven Realm expert like the Blade of Fury was heavily injured. Damn it, go to hell. Berserk Blade wanted to launch a surprise attack on Yi Shiwen. In his opinion, as long as he killed Yi Shiwen, then they would be able to escape from this crisis. However, he didn't even have the time to attack when countless heavenly thunders mixed with the five elements flowers smashed towards him. It was as if a huge torrent of lightning had smashed into Berserk Blade. It seemed as if the lightning would instantly crush Berserk Blade to death. At this time, Berserk Blade retreated again and again. How could he have the heart to continue chasing after Yi Shiwen? At this time, Yi Shiwen only had the heart to look at Yu Lian. Yu Lian had been sneak attacked by Berserk Blade and was then seriously injured by him. At this time, her situation wasn't good. Young master, I'm useless. Yu Lian looked at Yi Shiwen with a somewhat gloomy smile and said, as if she was going to disappear at any time, No, you've done very well. You've bought enough time for me. That's enough. Today, this is the day they die. Yi Shiwen said with a cold face. This time, he absolutely couldn't let him escape. He absolutely had to let him die without a burial place. He patiently controlled the entire formation. At this time, Man Yun had also retreated to his side. At this time within the formation, the main target was Berserk Blade. At this time, Berserk Blade had almost been beaten to a pulp. All kinds of terrifying forces were acting on it. At this time, his spirit had become increasingly weak, as if it would completely shatter at any time. On the other side, the Demon King's successor was not much better. He was completely trapped in the formation, constantly screaming. Yi Shiwen continued to input qi into Yu Lian. However, he could barely maintain Yu Lian's vitality. He couldn't completely heal her. Yu Lian's spirit was severely injured, but her body was not seriously affected. Young master, don't worry about me. Your important matter is more important, Yu Lian said while panting. No, even if it's for Yi Mo, I won't give up on you. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, Yi Mo was like a brother to him. Based on this alone, he wouldn't just watch Yu Lian die. Why don't you open the treasure house first? Since this is the treasure house left by the Demon King, there should be all kinds of medicinal pellets and the like. Maybe it can cure her injuries. Man Yin said on the side, and most importantly, now the masters of various forces are rushing here. Although you can use the formation here, if they don't enter this formation, what can you do to them? The only way is to enter the depths of the treasure house and truly control the treasure house. Previously, the Demon King's successor had to use this method to lure Yi Shiwen over because he couldn't completely control the entire treasure house. He could only say that he could use some of the peripheral formations. To truly control the entire treasure house, it was possible to enter the depths of the treasure house. Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment. Indeed, if he let them rush in, the danger would definitely be greater than the Demon King's successor. After pondering for a moment, Yi Shiwen did not hesitate at all. He directly slashed across the sky. Endless rays of light burst out from the violent thunder spear. Countless runes appeared out of thin air and flew into the door of the treasure house. Rumble! The entire treasury slowly opened up. Suddenly, a powerful energy rushed out. Countless treasures and elixir smells came rushing out. Yi Shiwen only took a breath and instantly felt like his entire body was being cleansed. One must know that he had already stepped into the 7th level of Celestial Realm, and his tyrant body had perfectly entered the 10th level. It was very difficult to improve even a little bit. But now, just taking a breath actually had the effect of cleansing his marrow and meridians. Man Yun at the side was even more exaggerated. Her aura was actually faintly uncontrollable, showing signs of breaking through to the Celestial Realm intermediate stage. However, she forcefully suppressed it because she was very clear that this wasn't the time to break through. Yi Shiwen carried Yu Lian and directly rushed into the treasure house. Man Yun hesitated for a moment, but also rushed in with him. Seeing that Yi Shiwen didn't seem to want to chase her out, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream, and the berserk blade was completely bombarded into pieces in the entire formation. Only the body was left, a strangely shaped sword that emitted a berserk power. Yi Shiwen casually waved his hand, and the berserk blade fell into his hand uncontrollably. At first, it struggled a little, but under Yi Shiwen's forceful suppression, it was useless. It couldn't escape. Then he casually swiped his hand, and the remaining original spirit was also completely wiped out by him. He wouldn't show any mercy at all. Just now, the berserk blade almost succeeded and almost killed him. At this time, he wouldn't show any mercy at all. Without the berserk blade, the entire formation's power blasted towards the Demon Lord successor. Not long after, the Demon Lord successor was blasted to death, and not a single bit of him was left. Seeing the Demon Lord successor die tragically, Yi Shiwen finally felt relieved and entered the treasure house. However, not long after he entered, the Demon Lord successor, who was supposed to die tragically, suddenly came back to life. He looked at Yi Shiwen, who had entered the treasure house, with a gloomy expression. Damn it, I wasted a scapegoat doll. This is a special doll that the Demon Lord obtained when he conquered the mysterious witch world. It was cast with a mysterious witchcraft. I only have this one in my hand. I thought I would use it for the most critical Tao confirming tribulation, but I didn't expect to use it here. Damn it, I will definitely not let you go. He roared with a hideous expression. However, as soon as he was resurrected, the entire formation was activated once again, bombarding him with an earth-shattering bombardment. Damn it, am I, a genius, going to die here? He roared angrily, and at the same time he was in extreme despair. The situation between him and Yi Shiwen had been completely reversed, from him having the upper hand to Yi Shiwen having complete control over his life and death. Damn liar, to think that you would have such a day. Obediently hand over the violent thunder spear, or you will really die. At this time, dozens of tyrannical figures appeared in the sky. Among them were a few old demons. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and each of them had slaughtered countless creatures. They were originally cultivating in the depths of the demon world, but they were tricked out by the demon lord successor. It could be said that they were the strongest experts in the celestial realm. At this time, one of the terrifying giant demons said, "The giant demon race was also a powerful race in the demon race. Although they couldn't compare to the 8 great royal families, their heritage was still very deep. This giant demon was one of the few remaining ancestors of the giant demon race. He had been deceived by the successor of the Demon King, but he didn't expect that the violent thunder spear would be taken away by the successor of the Demon King. At this time he saw the demon lord successor again, only to find him trapped in the formation. Naturally, he felt like he had worn out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly." Chapter 1660. Not only this giant demon old ancestor, but there were also a few peak celestial realm old ancestors who smiled viciously. They all looked at the demon lord's heir with a vicious expression. Not only them, but there were also dozens of celestial realm and above celestial realm ancestors. They all smiled viciously as they looked at the demon lord successor. The rage in their hearts was accumulating. At this time, the demon lord successor naturally understood why they were targeting him. He immediately shouted, "The violent lightning spear isn't in my hands. It has been taken away by someone else. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trapped here." Many demon race ancestors exchanged glances with one another, as if they were doubting whether what he said was true or not. At this time, the Devil King's successor was constantly screaming. The whole formation was constantly bombarding him, and the terrible destructive power was directly destroying his body. This was because Yi Shiwen was not present. If he was under Yi Shiwen's control, then it wouldn't take long for this formation to bombard him until his bones and flesh were scattered. I don't think he's lying. At this time, the giant demon ancestor said in a muffled voice. The other devil race ancestors also exchanged a glance with each other. It seemed that the successor of the Devil Lord was telling the truth. Otherwise, why would he be on the verge of being struck to death? Quickly save me. That fellow stole my violent lightning spear. At this time, only I know where he went. The demon Lord successor quickly shouted. Then let's save him first. At this time, one of the hidden demon race ancestors said. The other ancestors nodded their heads in agreement. At this time, it seemed like only they could work together to break this formation. Hanglong! Dozens of celestial realm experts attacked, and with a loud bang, the entire formation was smashed into pieces. Although this formation was laid down by the demon lord, after all, there was no one to control it. Facing such a terrifying group of experts, it was broken on the spot. At this moment, the giant demon clan ancestor coldly said, "Don't even think about escaping, or else I'll crush you." The descendant of the devil monarch nodded, his body drenched in cold sweat, and the wounds on his body were rapidly recovering. At this time, dozens of powerful experts locked their divine senses on him, as if they would crush him at any time. None of them were weaker than the demon lord successor. It was precisely because of this that the demon lord successor was able to trick them all. Compared to them, the demon lord successor was simply too weak. Any one of them could deal with him. Not to mention, half of them were intermediate celestial realm, late Celestial Realm, and peak Celestial Realm experts. It wasn't that the Demon Lord's successor was weak, but that none of them were simple. Each of them was like an old monster that had cultivated for thousands of years, many of them cultivated in the depths of the demon world, and they didn't know how they were tricked by him. No, no! After he snatched my Tempest Spear, he opened the door to the treasury and went in. Now, we must go in as soon as possible, otherwise, once he controls the entire treasury, we will die without a burial place. The successor of the demon Lord hurriedly said. At this time, many demons noticed that the door of the treasury in the sky was already open. Originally, they should have noticed it, but they were attracted by the demon Lord's successor, so they ignored such an obvious thing. The demon Lord's successor couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If these old demons noticed that the door of the treasury was already open, they would definitely not save him and let him fend for himself. The faces of the many demons immediately changed. They knew very well what would happen if the successor of the demon lord was right. If they were to be controlled by the treasury, they would all die. Let's go and kill that guy first. Then we'll divide the treasury. The giant demon clan's ancestor said in a muffled voice. Yes, that's right. Let's kill that guy first. There's so many treasures and medicinal auras. Just smelling it makes my whole body feel transparent. It's really worthy of being the demon Lord's treasury. The depth of the heritage is simply unimaginable. Let's go up first. At this time, many demons roared and rushed up. These demons, who would usually kill and devour each other when they met, rushed up for the same purpose. Yi Shiwen held Yu Lian and Man Yun in his arms and rushed into the treasure house. He suddenly felt an even stronger fragrance assaulting his nostrils. Suddenly, all the pores on his body opened and absorbed all the medicinal fragrance. Then he did a physical examination. His whole body was crackling, and then his 7 orifices began to emit colorful rays of light. After a long time, he finally caught his breath. Comfortable. He immediately felt comfortable. At this time, he finally understood why Yemo always encouraged him to come to the demon realm to accept the demon Lord's inheritance. He suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight, although he had a lot of wealth before. Compared to the wealth left by the demon lord, he was simply a poor loser. At this moment, he suddenly felt like crying. He was really too stupid in the past. If he had come earlier, he would have been able to get his hands on the demon Lord's treasure earlier. Then he might have achieved far more than what he was now. He might even have reached the heaven realm long ago. However, if he had come earlier, even if he could subdue Yu Lian, he still couldn't do anything to the violent Thunder Spear. No one expected that the violent Thunder Spear would have the intention to rebel. In other words, the most unexpected thing was that the violent Thunder Spear, which only existed as a key in the past, actually had spiritual wisdom. This was the root cause of such a big storm. He would have gotten nothing even if he had come earlier. At a glance, Yi Shiwen saw the sky full of restrictions and boundaries. Behind the sky full of restrictions and boundaries, there were endless pellets. All of them were standard grade pellets. All kinds of pellets that were rarely seen in the outside world were piled up here, like garbage. Not only demon pellets, but there were also many pellets that belonged to the human clan and the demon clan. There were also many pellets that Yi Shiwen himself couldn't recognize. Many of them couldn't even be named. All of them were on the other side of the restrictions. The pellets behind the glittering and translucent boundaries were like a dream. Any one of these pellets would cause a sensation in the outside world. But here, they were no different from cabbages on the roadside. Further away, there were countless martial instruments. Compared to the outside world, almost every martial instrument here was at the ultimate level. There wasn't even a heaven-level martial instrument. One could imagine how extravagant it was. Looking inside, it was misty. Even Yi Shiwen's eyesight couldn't see through it. What the F***CK? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but say these words. I feel like I'm going from a poor loser to a tall, rich, and handsome man. Just what I see in front of me is enough to match the huge assets of a marquee clan. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was completely surprised, not to mention Manyun, who was next to him. Even though she was born in a wealthy family, the Azura clan had never been stingy with resources for her. But when she saw these pellets and magic weapons, she was still extremely shocked. Is this the foundation of the Demon King? And further away, in places that she couldn't see, there should be more magic weapons. But it was just a shock. Yi Shiwen immediately calmed down. Now wasn't the time to think about this. If he waited for the people behind him to catch up, then it might be an extremely fierce battle. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the barrier. Bang! There was a huge roar. As a result, Yi Shiwen's hand was completely bounced back. Even with his strength, he couldn't break these boundaries. Young master, these boundaries were set up by the Demon King. Unless your strength is higher than his, you can't open them at all. Young master, if you want to open them now, the only way is to find the control mechanism of the first layer. Yu Lian said weakly in Yi Shiwen's arms. The first layer? Are there several layers in this treasure house? Yi Shiwen asked. That's right. This Demon King's treasure house is also divided into several layers. With young master strength, you can only open the first layer. If you want to open the second layer and pass through the fog, the only way is after young master surpasses the celestial realm. Yu Lian said, this is also because the Demon King is afraid that you will be too dependent on these external objects. When your strength is enough, you can open these restrictions. At that time, you will be able to use them. There's actually such a restriction. Yi Shiwen was a little depressed. Originally, he thought that he would be able to become rich in a short time. In a few years, he would be able to surpass the celestial realm. Now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. But with his wisdom, he dispelled these unrealistic thoughts in a short while. On the path of cultivation, there was no room for deception. He could deceive others, but he couldn't deceive himself on the path of cultivation. In the end, he would be cheated, but he didn't stay for long. He immediately walked towards the depths of the main hall. Along the way, all kinds of magic weapons and elixirs appeared in front of him. There were many magic weapons and elixirs that even he couldn't name, but he was in a good mood. With these, he could even set up his own faction and build a behemoth that could compete with the Yi family. When he passed through the magic treasures and elixirs area, suddenly, a huge mecha appeared in front of him. Yes, he rubbed his eyes. That shining metallic texture really looked like a mecha, right? Chapter 1661. Even in his previous life, this kind of thing only existed in novels and science fiction. Now he suddenly saw it. Young master, this is a treasure that the demon lord obtained when he conquered a mechanical plane. As long as one has this, even a normal person can jump to the peak of the heaven realm. There are even stronger mechanical puppets inside, similar to the mechanical beasts outside. They are all left behind from the past. Yu Lian panted as she said. Yi Shiwen was shocked in his heart. A world capable of producing such a powerful plane was actually conquered by the Devil King, and these awe-inspiring weapons were merely spoils of war, nothing more. However, to Yi Shiwen, it was like rain at the right time. Let's go. Let's control this treasury first. When the time comes, no matter how many enemies come, I won't be afraid. Yi Shiwen said. It was useless to covet these things now. He couldn't break the restrictions left by the Demon Lord. I didn't expect there to be such a place. The aura of treasure and medicine is so strong that I suddenly feel like the place I've been staying in before is nothing more than a remote and desolate place. One of the devil race's old ancestors said. Many of the other demons also looked distressed. At their level, they could basically be regarded as kings and ancestors. The place where they cultivated was naturally the best place in the entire race. Naturally, it couldn't be considered a poor and desolate place. However, when they truly felt the environment within the treasury, even these heaven realm experts couldn't help but feel emotional. That's right, that's right. Compared to this place, my place is even worse than dog shit. If we can cultivate here every day, even if we can improve by leaps and bounds, we can still improve terrifyingly fast. Another demon race, old ancestor exclaimed. The most important thing was that this wasn't spiritual energy or demon energy, but treasure energy and medicinal energy that could be absorbed directly. Even these celestial realm old ancestors were really excited. Now isn't the time to talk about this. The key now is to stop that fellow from controlling the entire treasury. Otherwise, no matter how hard you work, in the end, you will only die tragically in his hands and die without a burial place. At this moment, the descendant of the demon lord hurriedly reminded them. A look of disgust flashed across his face. These things were supposed to be his, but now they were going to benefit these old fellows. However, at this time there was no other way. If they could use a treasury to get rid of that person, then it would be worth it. A look of madness flashed in his eyes. As long as he could get rid of Yishiwen, it would be worth it no matter what price he had to pay. As for these old fellows, when he ruled the world in the future, not only would they die without a burial place, but even their tribes would be completely destroyed. However, he didn't give up. He definitely wouldn't give up until the very end. If he could get rid of these old fellows, then he would definitely not be stingy. This was a peerless and ambitious character. After being reminded by him, many devils immediately came to their senses. This place was indeed magical, but it was useless no matter how magical it was. If they couldn't stop Yishiwen, then even if they died, they wouldn't be able to die in peace. Moreover, it wasn't that there weren't any demons who tried to move the pills behind the barrier, but the result was that they couldn't move them at all. It seemed like the only way was to snatch the key. Otherwise, they would have nothing to do with it. Whoosh! 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 The figures of these devils turned into streams of light and flew into the depths of the hall. Suddenly, they finally arrived at the deepest part of the treasure house. They saw Yishiwen sitting on a towering throne. His body seemed to be wrapped in a terrifying aura. Not far behind him, in two barriers, Yulian was healing her injuries. Her spirit body was becoming more and more corporeal. The spirit body was one of the most fragile physiques. It wasn't like other physical bodies. This was also the reason why Yulian had almost died on the spot after she had suffered serious injuries. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't do anything about it. In another barrier, Man Yin was trying to break through to the celestial realm intermediate stage. These old demons were all experienced and knew what Man Yin was doing right away, especially the two Azure race late stage celestial realm old demons. When they saw Man Yin, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. They originally thought that Man Yin was dead. They didn't expect that she was still alive. This was the most terrifying thing. Once Man Yin went out and told this matter to the ancestor, both of their tribes would be uprooted and destroyed on the spot. Both of them would die as well. Although the Azure race was one of the 8 royal races of the demon world, the Azure race was divided into many tribes. This was the same logic as the human race, but they were divided into many factions. No, we can't let her get out alive. Otherwise, it will be our time to die. At this moment, their eyes were filled with determination. They definitely couldn't let Man Yin go. You're all here for the treasury? You know that I might control the entire treasury, but you still dare to come. Should I say that you're brave or greedy? On the throne, Yi Shiwen leaned against the back of the chair. He had a disdainful smile on his face as he looked at these people coldly. Could it be that you control the entire treasury? A demon asked. Thinking of this, all the demons became serious. If they were really controlled by Yi Shiwen, then wouldn't they die without a burial place? If that was the case, going against Yi Shiwen would be courting death. Right now, he must have only just obtained control over the entire treasure vault. He might have only obtained a portion of the treasures. Otherwise, how could we have come here? Everyone, let's work together and kill him. We still have a chance. To put it bluntly, He is just a seventh heaven of the heaven realm. As long as we can kill him, we will have a chance to divide the entire treasure vault." At this time, the successor of the demon monarch immediately shouted when he saw everyone retreating. At this time, if they retreated, wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Yes, if we kill him now, we still have hope. Kill him. Boy, obediently hand over the treasury key, and I will save your life. This was a plan to kill with a borrowed knife, but these demon ancestors were willing to be the knife. They wanted to live, but they also wanted the wealth in the treasury, so they would not give up easily. "I didn't expect that you're still alive." Yi Shiwen glanced at the demon king's successor and said with a sneer, "If you didn't die and escaped, then I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But you just had to appear in front of me. I don't know if you've heard of the saying, if you don't court death, you won't die. Arrogant, with just you? You don't even have control of the treasury and you want to deal with us?" Suddenly a demon sneered and said, knowing that Yi Shiwen still couldn't control the entire treasury, all the demons immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Indeed, I only got a portion of the treasury, but just this portion is already something you can't imagine." Yi Shiwen sneered at them and said, "If you all escaped just now, then there would still be hope. But now, none of you can think about leaving." "What? None of us can think about leaving? I think you've really lost your mind." All the demons were furious. To them, Yi Shiwen had already been forced into a dead end by them, but he still dared to be so arrogant. "Ha ha ha ha! Do you think I'm bluffing and that I don't have any strength at all?" Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "Then I'll let you all see where my true confidence lies. You'll never be able to imagine it. Today, none of you can think about leaving. I think you've really lost your mind. A mere celestial realm cultivator actually dares to be arrogant in front of us." At this moment, an initial celestial realm expert slapped over. In the void, it tore through the sky and instantly slapped towards Yi Shiwen. His cultivation was really thick and could be compared to Fengzong, who was defeated by Yi Shiwen. In terms of strength, he was definitely able to dominate initial celestial realm experts. "You actually dare to attack me. I think all of you have been tricked by him. Do you really think I'm just a normal celestial realm expert?" Yi Shiwen laughed coldly. He opened his hand and slammed it down on the early stage celestial realm expert. Countless laws of the martial path flashed within, and the early stage celestial realm expert's hand exploded in the air. "Ah!" The initial celestial realm old demon instantly cried out in pain as his entire arm was smashed by Yi Shiwen. His eyes were filled with shock, and he finally understood what kind of monster he had offended. At this moment, all of them retreated and didn't dare to get close. This exchange was enough to make him realize how big the gap between him and Yi Shiwen was. But if he wanted to leave, Yi Shiwen didn't give him any chance. He stomped down and instantly disappeared. When he appeared once more, he was behind the initial celestial realm old ancestor and slapped down with a palm. Bang! The patriarch let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. One move, just one move to kill an initial celestial realm expert. Instantly, everyone was shocked.